What's up, cousins and cousin, and salute to all my fellow creators. This is TCG Chronicles. I haven't been on live for a while because I just moved to a new spot. So we are at a new place, which obviously you guys can't see because I have the background all made into different mountains and whatnot. But yeah, this is about it. So now that I'm back at this, I am going to show you guys what I've been up to because it's not because I haven't been streaming that I haven't been doing nothing, right? So as you guys see, if you guys look on this side, we used to have a lot of what we call war souls. The thing is this, I have planned to release at least my base set for the month of August, and since this is live, you will know that this is basically mid-July, so August is next month. I would not say when in August, just to give me a little bit more of like freedom within the time frame, but it is planned to release during August. And then within my card, I don't know if I have it specified this, but there's more than one type of card. Obviously, I focused mainly recently on the War Souls, which is or these cards right now that I'm going to let play as a little, what I'm saying? But yeah, so these cards have been the main focus so far, and are what I call the War Souls, which is basically your creature card, your combatant cards, right? The only problem is this. I came to the realization that has me being a fanboy of what I'm doing and me knowing exactly all these characters because I'm not creating characters as I go. These characters are all based off a comic book that I'm making called the Dark Comedies. So I already know who is going to be part of the comic book, so I'm making all these guys into like this card games, right? But the problem is this. I have focused so much energy on making the cards of the characters that I like the most that I forgot that on a TCG point of view, I had to focus more on the base card for the base set. So in that specific like file where I'm showing you like all the works that I made so far, there isn't a lot of cards that are just basic cards. Most of them are, if they are basic, like you can see the valley right here, they're basic cards of a main character. I haven't made a lot of like base, like let's say common and uncommon type of card. I haven't not done a lot of them. What I did do is 98 to well, I'll say 99% of my ultra mega god, like the biggest tier, like rare. I don't know, like, cause you know how everybody has their different thing, like to call it rare, uncommon, or whatnot. But me, basically, the way it goes is to understand the rarity of the cards, you just have to look at the bottom right corner of my card and you will see feathers. And the highest level that you can get is 7 feathers. The little letter on the top left, like the egg that you see, is not the rarity level, but it's on the like canon wise, it's this power scale level. This is how you can tell example, like I know like I think it's Wrath of the Core. He's the one who has the system with the glares and X glare and you know what I'm saying and the uncommon and whatnot. But at the same time, on top of that, he has the royal and whatnot. So like he will have like a card that will be like a glare card or X glare if I'm not mistaken. But then he will have a higher tier per se of cards if I understand it, that'll like royal glare and royal X glare type stuff. So like that little royal thing I believe is because in the whole like how can I say like in the whole like scheme of his whole pantheon and whatever he's doing, like the royal cards have a more prominent role in the lore. This is what I'm thinking. So this is the same concept here. When you see cards that have like example M or L, they're more prominent. Like the power scale level, like when I say power scale, like yeah, the power scale level, lore wise, goes to the bottom tier is NEM, N-E-M. Then you have A, which is the E with 2 dots on top of it. Then you have the EK, which is EK. Then you have right here that you can see the M, which is the the last before the top level, and then the last top level is L. So basically, this is how in lore accurate. This is how you will see who are the stronger cards in terms of lore accuracy. So you will have Nem, A, Ek, M, and L. But sometimes you see this is one of the most powerful cards. Seven feathers, L card. You know what I'm saying? But you will have at the same time to understand the rarity of the card, how common the card is. You just have to check the feathers. If there's seven feathers, these are ultra rare cards. If there's six of them, they're well, okay. The best way to put it is this way: one feather will be common, two feathers will be less common, three feathers will be uncommon, four feathers would be rare, five feathers would be super rare, six feathers would be either ultra rare or like final level, final stage, and seven feathers is basically like mythological, like it's legend, like it's a legend. You barely even think it actually exists. You wouldn't think seven feather cards actually exist, but they do exist. So this is how to understand the power scale level. So to come back to what I was saying, I spent a lot of time working on either low level cards of main characters, as you could see, he's a NEM card, or just straight up the highest level of card tier, which is most of my L cards. I would say like if I had 100 L cards, 97 of them are made because I only know, as far as I'm concerned, there's three L cards that I am yet to do, and these are the only L cards that I know in mind that are still are to be part of the whole thing. But as far as anything goes, like this is the highest one. Like example, you see the number on the top left is the lifespan, like literally the one that is right under the specification of like the NEM, whatnot, is the top left. That number right inside that octagon. Is it an octagon? Hexagon? One, two, three, four, five. Okay, yeah. The number inside the octagon basically significant, like it is called a lifespan. This is how, like, this is not like my game does not have resource system. It had like the cards themselves are a resource, which means that you do not need any condition to draw cards at all. The one thing to balance this out, because I know all these cards that have high cost also have high abilities, is in my game, the abilities are not automatics. They have to be activated. And to activate the special, like the text in the bottom, you need to refer to the first number, which is within like the yellow-ish. I don't know how to one, two, three, four. I don't know how to call that one. Like it's a star with eight, so it's like an octo star. So like I don't know. No, so the first number inside the goldish star thing is what you will need to activate your first element. That being said, the highest number that you will see in the octagon within my set is 120. So if you have looked a lot of numbers, if you see numbers between, I will say 70 to 120 is your highest tier of cards. And you will see within that span of little like slideshow, a lot of cards are in between 70 and 120 because I have focused a lot on the main cards, on the more specific and higher tiers of cards, right? So this is where I'm coming with that, right? So when it comes to that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna put some music not to just have my voice over and over. I'll have play in order, yeah, and repeat. So yeah, so because I did this, I had to stop myself to reevaluate myself because if I want to put out a base set, I need to focus a lot on the base set because it seems a lot to have a lot of cards done, I have 107 war souls, but obviously like I have some alternate like artwork. So like per se, I would say out of 107, I would say I have probably 75 to 80 of these cards were like unique characters because the other ones have like alternate like cards and whatnot. But a lot of them are not part of the base set because they are special like Dominion cards, like kind of part of like special booster pack that I plan on doing eventually in the future or otherwise. So I have stopped myself to focus on making my files for my base cards, which is basically most of the deck is like example. Like I plan the way this is looking like, guys. I'm going to have about 400 war souls, and out of those 400 war souls, at least half of them have to be base, simple, lower tier cards, and out of the other half, I'll say 3/3 of that 200 that's left has to be higher but not god tier like cards. So to stop myself and not overburn myself because I need to release this next month, I have started to focus on making my files for my other type of cards. So now I will show you that I need to have this in plain sight. So this is what it was, right? I'm gonna go into my stats. So if you look here, all my war souls that I had so far were all like I made sure I had like stats for all of them because I didn't want to be like I'm gonna be honest. This is what my problem is, right, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am not a trading card game fan as a regular fan would be. My passion does not lie in trading card games. That being said, this is not my first time making trading card games. Like anybody that will be a trading card game fan, when I was a kid, I had Pokemon cards. When Yu-Gi-Oh came into my life, I wanted to make my own. So I would say honestly, this is probably like the fourth or fifth game that I've ever done in my life. This is the first time I'm doing it in digital format, but I've made some. And when I say four games, honestly, it will be the third because I've made this game per se in like hand drawn, and it was like little super tiny cards and they were super small. But that whole deck has been lost. Like that whole little game has been lost somewhere. It wasn't lost by me, but let's not go back into it. It's just that whole thing has been lost and will never be found again. But everything was still in my brain, so I kept it. That being said, my first round, for some reason, I always love creating lore. I'm a lore enthusiast. Okay? That's really what I'm about. But I also enjoy creating board games. I don't know why. I am a creator. I love making comic books. I love making music. I love making games. I'm trying to throw myself in the Unreal Engine too, just because I love creating. And the love of creating will make you respect all these type of crafts. So yes, I did make board games when I was a kid. I make comic books when I was a kid. I tried to write songs when I was a kid. I make TCGs when I was a kid. Off of the love of being a creator, not specifically off of the love of being a trading card game fan per se. I just love the medium itself and the story and the game and the playfulness and the fun that comes with creating a card game. Because I'm gonna tell you guys now, once I am done with the whole Dark Comedy Souls game trading card game, I have to focus on other medium that are related to the Dark Comedies universe. Because as an adult now, I decided to turn this into a business, and so I've taken everything that I love to do when it comes to music, video editing, animating, everything, and I'm throwing it into my one single shared universe, which is the Dark Comedies. So me making a TCG about the Dark Comedies is me building a legacy that I want to leave off to the world because my goal is for people to just fall into the Lord, fall in love with the Lord, and however you want to interact with the story, this is how you can interact with story. Like personally, I love my comic books. My comic books has been the number one source of creation that I've been in my life as far as what I fell in love with. I always had a passion for music too, but comic book has always been number one. Before I thought about music, I thought about comic books. Before I thought about games, I thought about comic books. Before I thought about even being a character myself, I thought about drawing them on the panel. So off of the love of that, I decided to just expand my universe and to show it to people. But I realized that not everybody is a comic book fan. Some people like anime, some people like music, some people like board games, some people like board games slash the TCG, because you know there's a distinction between a regular typical board game and a TCG per se. You will have different elements in both that will make it so that a TCG isn't a TCG, even though TCG could fall under board games, but all board games are not TCGs, and maybe sometimes for some of you guys, not all TCGs are board games. So I am just making sure that my lore, and my universe is expandable and being able to be consumed by whoever wants to consume it in the media that they want to consume it in. That being said, being a creator and loving creating, obviously I enjoy and I love the process of sitting at home and making these cards. So it's not like I do not have a certain passion for it, because when I was a kid I used to just make trading card games out of just wanting to have my own little creatures and making games. I always loved creating, so this is what I'm doing on a more professional level. So as you can see, guys, I have a cold coffee behind me. I have all my cards pre-filed up, like on my war soul, right? The green spots are the war souls that already have been done. As you can see, those ones have been done because they're a part of the main characters that I want to see. But as you can see, out of this whole thing, there's only 6 of them. And if I keep going like this, you will find out that on the early pages, with a lot of the NAM cards, some of them that have 1 feathers, because I don't think I have 1 card that is a 1 feather yet that is done, and a lot of them are just not done. Now, the higher you go into the levels, you see this one has, yeah, I think I just did Armandale Surfing Senior, but that's the last one I did. 103. No, I'm 100. I'm at 107, so it's not even updated yet. Oh yeah, you see? Yeah, I just did not update this one. But as you can see, if I get to higher tier, even 8, some of them I didn't even write them yet. When you get to the higher tiers now, this is the way it gets different. When you get to the egg, I have 6 of them undone, whereas the other one I had 6 of them done. You get to 6 now, it's finished. 7 is only 1 that has left to do, and I have still some places into this void. And then, like I said, like I really had to realize that my base deck relies on this 3 first pages is what my base deck like. Actually, I'll say the first 5 pages, because I start with 0. So this one, this one, this one, this one. My base deck rely on the first 5 pages, as my booster packs and my higher tier cards rely on the last 3 pages. And I have focused on the last 3 pages. So to give myself a break, I went away from the war souls to not throw myself into doing too much war souls and to find myself into a situation where I'm like, okay, I have all my war souls done. Now I had to remember something. I forgot to mention that in my card I had 2 other type of cards: my events and my blessings and curses. For people that did not see my templates, because everything was done ahead. My war souls are template. Let me see if I can go just demos. This is how my war souls look like, right? Yeah, like I showed you, and the feathers and whatnot, right? So I have, for each element, I have a template for my war souls, right? If I go there, it's even easier to see. You know what I'm saying? I have templates for each one of my war souls. Okay? Now, for cards, that is called an event, which basically will affect houses. And what a house is if you go on the war soul, that specific thing right here, war soul's house, is what will affect an event. Because my game, I made it so that I realized people had this thing with pre-construct deck where people could do like factions and you can build your thing around your faction or your set element. And because my TCG lacks so much when it comes to like certain mechanics, when it comes to like example resource system, I do not have a resource system. I use dices. A lot of it relies on dice, and a lot of people don't like it this way. So I make sure that a lot of things are balanced different ways so that people can build certain things the way they want it. So for people to understand, basically, events are going to be special type cards that will affect the entire war plane, but that will specifically target like Warsaws houses or like I would say like factions. Because in my TCG there's two things that you need to take in consideration. There's elemental nature and houses. Basically, I took it upon like in my common like elemental nature. There's 6 elements that in my TCG that people have to take in consideration when we think about how to like you see how like certain TCG they will have like fire, water, earth, air, metal, sometimes angels, demon, all of that. I have elemental nature that are based on my comic book prophecy world. So my 6 elements are light, darkness, bright darkness, dark light, the element of one, which is the ability to merge light and darkness in symbiosis, and the element of many, which is the ability to have light and darkness but divided. So these are my 6 elements. But at the same time, you have houses, like example, there's House of L, House of M, House of X, the Dark Feathers Club, the Scorpion Society, the Christ Corporation. All these little groups are made of individuals who sometimes do not have, like I said, a group of friends do not come from the same background. You get what I'm saying? So this is how I made it. So certain groups, certain individual will be part of the same group, but will not have the same elemental nature because elemental nature is not a reflection of the group you're part of. So that being taken in consideration when it comes to my comic book, I made it so that in my TCG, you have 2 ways to construct your decks around if you want to make your decks built around a certain element. You can either have your decks built around elemental nature, which will give you, I would say, a broader choice in cards. So let me show you an example, right? If I want to open a, let me open this one. I'll go into commons fund. Got 3,000. You go to the cards, right? So I'm going to the cards themselves. Or about the fish cards. So let's say you want to build something that revolves around light to make it easy. You will have a card like this. You will have EXO because he is of the element of light. You will have Eknia, Nihilio, Tetsu, Dova, Zura. Then to boost it up, you would add something like Phantom, put Solace and Light Bearer into it, and get some lower class names like maybe the like Crook Dog, Sideshow, Spook, and Storm because they are all of the light elemental nature. Same thing for elements like bright darkness, the element of many, and so forth. Now let's say you do not want to build a deck around this, but you want to instead build your deck around a house. So I'll go here, there's a house, the Dark Feather. These are the 2 houses, House of Hell or the Dark Feathers Club. You have some characters are part of more than one group, so you can build around certain group. So let's say I want to build around, what do I have that is around that? Okay, let's say I want to build around House of Hell. Okay, House of Mason. So for the House of Mason, I will have somebody like Sign Calconi Architect. And if I remember, Egbehag. As you can see, he is from the element of darkness, and he is from the element of one, but they are both from the Hall of Masons, which would make it so that you can build them within the deck using events card to build a deck around specifically the Hall of Masons. I do not have a lot of them right now. Oh, yeah, actually I do, because example, I'll show you exactly. Let me make a deck of Hall of Mason versus a deck of, let's say, light. So I'll take, so now I'll Cocoon right here. I'll take Shadow Scorpion or I think Shadow Scorpion is it? Yes. So I have Shadow Scorpion. Then some powerful creature like Solana the Destructor. And why not why? Oh no, why is not part of let's see. Death Row Brimstone. So as you could see, I have 4 cards. Not necessarily like obviously these cards are part of the element of one, but there's more, but they're all part of the Hall of Masons. So I could construct a deck of average, I would say powerful to pretty average entities, but the thing is they are really powerful when it comes to their abilities. But this is how you construct a deck around a specific set of houses. And to boost that up, you will use cards like these events that will be most likely focused around your houses. If you want to actually switch it up, then you have these things that are called blessings of different elements, and then you have curses. As you can see, blessings and curses are focused on the elemental nature rather than focus on the houses. So this is how you can boost your abilities depending on the elemental nature. Why this is important to consider, because there are 2 different ways to see it. If you want a custom deck built around your element, you will have a broader range of card, because blessings and curses are way more than the amount of events that exist. And at the same time, the creatures are specific to an element for sure. There is no war soul that does not come from the element, as there is obviously all war souls have a let's say a house, but the element being a broader experience and a broader classification than the houses, it is easier to example like get war souls that are from different elements. Like I said, look at this one. He is from the House of Hell and the Dark Feathers Club. As of if I go for Anthem is from the House of N. And if I go for Crook Dog, he is from the Crook Gangs and the Lane City Crooks. So you have 3 really distinct cards that are from really distinct houses of different power level. You see King Solace being an M level card, he's at 90 with 6 feathers. Then you have Phantom with 40, he's an Ek with 4 feathers. And then you have a Nem Crook Dog with 6 lifespan and he has 2 feathers. But them being part of the light, they are all subject to being able of being part of a light focused deck. And at the same time you use the blessings and curses to bolster these abilities. This is how you can get a broader and bigger deck. The only thing is when you focus on your houses, your deck is more targeted and specified, and the abilities now that comes with the effect are rather more massive, and the synergy between cards of the same house is more powerful. Example, I'm going to show you the most legendary pack in the whole game. Well, one of the most legendary packs, I'm going to show you the Lane City Crooks. So this is a legendary Lane City Crook house. So for the legendary Lane City Crooks, example, when you have your special activated, you will get 100 attack and 100 defense for every single ally of the Lane City Crooks that is present on the turn. So now if you have this card that is already 116 and then you add 100 attack and 100 defense after the dice, so you throw your dice level when you add 100 and 100, mix that with every single other iteration of the Lane City who has the exact same ability. Now you have one of the most powerful deck based on the house, but also based on the color. But at the same time, if you only have one of them, you can mix them with them because these are lane city crooks. So based on the house itself, you will have a powerful deck if you do not have all the other legendaries. You only need one legendary and basic lane city crooks, and because of the house, the legendary will turn these basic lane city crooks into legendary stat like cards. Now, when I told myself that I was lacking behind when it comes to the amount of like cards that I was making, I came to the point where like I had to tell myself that I need to actually start working on these blessings, cursings, and event cards. So during my moving week, because like I said, I'm moving to a new spot, I have sit down and have written, labeled, and finished all my event files, which is going to be 75, and every single one of my blessings and curses, which come up to 50 blessings and 50 curses per element. So they get 100 each, so there's 600 cards of blessings and curses to be done. So as you can see, these are my blessings that have all been labeled with their effects and the number they are going to be at. And the curses, I do not yet have the templates done or saved because I do not have the name for my curses, but this is what my curses look like. And the color codes are just to obviously showcase the tiers. So after that being done, I have focused on making my blessings because I have finished with the blessings. So all my blessings are labeled and I have just to finish the cards themselves and they will be done with. So just to show you, for example, if I go into my templates, it's in my card files, official templates. So as you see, this is how when I do my war souls, this is my files for my war souls. So example, if I load one and go into there, and this is where everything is breaking down, so I can take off all the elements. So this is just to show you. So if I go back, these are my blessings and curses. So far I have finished 173. I mean 174 because I always start with 0. And these are super basic to do, super easy. I'll show you a, because you have to understand these are special cards. So a lot of the arts just comes back. It's the same art that comes back on a lot of these cards because these are like special like items. Some of them are like items / cards, right? It's just they are part of different things. So it's like think about Pokemon cards. When you have for the fire energy and the whatever the water energy, it's just the same card with a different element on it and whatnot. So this is exactly what it is, right? So I'm going to show you exactly what this looks like. Obviously, some of them are alternate arts, but most of them are like I said, the blessings are the design is super basic. There is no background for them. It's just the art itself, right? So this is what they look like. Be mindful when you see things that I said like this, like the strongest war soul, it is the strongest war soul of that specific element. Obviously, it does not apply to all war souls. These are blessings and curses. It is to be understood that they only are affecting their own war souls. So I'll let this game and I'll keep on going. So as you see, syphilis bad. That's syphilis. Syphilis bad.
So I stay in my corner,
Holy
go to
Genesis.
war when I need to till I'm about 40. Play to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with a shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill.
Okay,
We did
so
this
it will
before.
multiply
Spit in your
itself.
mouth, grab up
So
your neck
a
and head
card
up,
that
She
represents
giving me
something
water.
that
Private
multiplies
daily, I'm
itself.
feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to what
I'm going
come
to
true, baby. I break off your back nighttime,
kind of
daytime
steal
if you
from
want to,
Spider-Man a little bit.
True.
I love to use a lot of 3D things. I love 3D assets. Which brings me back to one of the main topics I wanted to talk about today on my TCG Chronicles. AI art in homemade TCG is not a bad thing. The community that is pushing the narrative that AI art is a bad thing is pushing out an important part of their own community. A lot of people have creative mind but do not have necessarily the creative skills to draw their own art. Obviously, obviously you want to promote artists and have people pay for artists to do the work if you cannot do the work yourself. But we're talking about homemade trading card games. People who are at home that have a dream, that have a creative thoughts, that want to make something happen out of the nothing or out of the little resources that they have. Of course, some of you guys have resources, but not everybody has resources. Okay? And let's face it, one of the reasons why a lot of homemade TCG is not making as much money as they would want to is because you are trying to appeal to a broader audience than just treating card games fans. There are casual people who just love having a nice trading card games. There are people who are trading card games fans for the mechanics of it. Not everybody is a hardcore homemade TCG fan because you guys all started with the love of games that do not look like hand drawn. It is digitalized, even if it's artists that are making them with their hands, it is digital drawing. So when I see people online bashing the whole idea of using AI art and because they favored somebody that is using pen and pencil, you cannot do that. You cannot do that because then it will come to open broader discussion. Example, if it comes to that, then there's going to be another community that's going to be like, okay, well, if you guys want to favor your hand drawing, then you better make it digital because some people don't like to buy pen and paper drawing. It doesn't look professional unto certain ways to certain people. I personally, my views on it are simple. Art is art regardless of how it is. And it's not because I use AI. You guys see how I use AI. I use AI in my background. Sorry, give me a second. Amazon delivery. Amazon delivery. So to go back to what I was saying, guys, I personally use AI art only for my background because, as you guys can see, I stream what I do, and my characters cannot be made by AI. Even if I wanted to, I cannot prompt them to be AI because these are characters that I came up with in my head, and they're all 3D models that I pose to do my cards, and at the same time that I use for my comic book. Like the same way I do my cards is the way I do my comic book. I know how to draw. I got tired at one point and realized that it was more efficient for me if I came up with a different idea to how to replicate my characters and make them look symmetrical. So I came up with the idea of making 3D characters and using the program called Clip Studio Paint, sorry, to because it's friendly to like they already have an in program like character pausing thing. So I thought about like instead of making my own instead of making characters to pause, what can I just not make the old character and then after that do what I want to do on it, right? So all my characters on my cards is my own art that has been 3D modeled, and then I do some pencil work on it and some rendering of whatever effects I want. I have custom like filters that I will custom settings that I have on if I want to. But for some background, I will use some images that I will tweak. I will either use AI, I will use some 3D assets that I will color on. I will draw it myself, but I rather not draw it myself because when it comes to the background, this is my take on it, right? I see a lot of indie TCG cards that choose to example. You see my blessings right now that you could see right now playing on the side, right? These are my characters that I made myself. As you can see, these are the roses from my creation game, which is like a board game thing. These are the roses, the front pieces. These are the characters that I had to make in 3D that are part of my comic book. This one too, it is a 3D figure that I posed, added a 3D chain around it. Literally the like something that you see right here, a chain in 3D. Posed it and added my little work, put my little filters on it, my little work on it, and this is what I came up with. But a lot of TCGs for creature cards and battle cards have this type of model when they have the character itself and no background. I respect that. I do not judge the art, but personally, I'm going to be super honest. If you are to give me no background for a creature card, or give me the same background for the creature because they have the same element. Example, I am trying to remember the name of the game. I don't know if it's a Celestial. I don't know. It's not a Celestial. I forgot which game it was. I followed their channel because there's so many TCGs, but they for a specific element, like say like there's a forest creature, they have this specific forest background or specific ice background, specific water background for every creature of this type. That being said, guys, I understand that for creatures. Oh, we get more delivery. Sorry, guys. Come on. It's a delivery day today. So like I was saying is, if you are to give me no background, or to give me a repetitive background, and the community is okay with it, I have nothing against it. Do not judge people that use AI to give you a background. Because when it comes to creature type cards, you want to focus on the creature itself. And I'm gonna be honest with you, even though I do not use AI for my creature themselves, but I will use them for AI. I will gladly use them for AI. If I see a TCG using AI art, I have nothing against it, even if it's for his creature. Because not everybody is a good artist. Not everybody has the money to hire an artist, but some of you guys are amazing game creators, amazing creative minds that have a game that they want to put out there and that they want to publish out there that is amazing and at the same time that is worth being checked out and looked at. But since you guys don't have the money to pay artists or don't have necessarily the artistic skills, you guys will rely on AI art. And this is what AI is for, guys. You guys have to understand this is what it's for. You need people to create art for AI to rely on it. You need people to know how to properly prompt something to use AI. I know some people say it takes money out of artists, but it's not true. It is not true because at the same time, art artists can are still sought for other things. I am an artist myself. I draw. I know how to draw. I have my CAD. I know, and I use AI for my background because it is more time efficient. I will not go and pay another artist for the work that I can do because I can do the work. But if I was to position myself in the place of somebody that does not know how to draw and that does not have the money to pay an artist, but I have a good idea for the game, to look at a community that calls himself homemade, that is based on the principle that you do not have the means of big time companies to do what you're doing it, therefore you're doing it at home and you're trying to push your idea and you're trying to make somebody discover. I will call it straight up hypocrisy for people to be like, well, you cannot use AI even though you do not have the skill set or all the abilities that all these like these proper companies. We're not Wizard of the Coast, guys. You do not have 100 artists that you can pay to make your cards and release a bunch of sets for whatever. I cannot trademark Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or Marvel or whatever to make cards for Magic the Gathering. We do not have that type of money or that type of time. The only thing we have is dedication and love for what we're doing. So do not bash somebody for using AI art. This is a 3D model. It is a 3D light bulb and a 3D skull that I positioned inside. That was made by an artist that made the 3D model, but AI could render me 3D right now. And I could use that. The whole point of the game is for the game. The whole point of the game is for the game. I understand the respect for the art. I love the art, and obviously I respect people. Like I did it before to draw every single card by hand. I did it before. I did it before. And I know it's hard and I respect it. But let's be honest. Let's be honest. Can nobody go with a hand drawn TCG to a company like Wizard of the Coast and be like, hey man, you guys want to publish this? They will not even bother to look at it. There's a certain set of professionalism that comes with how you want to deliver something. Now it's fun. It's all funs and games when you have people going on the game crafter and putting out games. I'm using the game crafter myself, but once you realize that everybody that is buying your cards is other people that are making cards because you guys want to keep each other in the small community, and then it's yes, of course, I understand the community supporting the community is really important. But you guys are either doing this as a hobby or doing this as a business. And this is what you have to understand that there's a separation when it comes to that. If you're doing this as a hobby, being somebody that keeps doing their trading card games and pulls their things and then buy packs from whoever that supports them too and then showcase pack openings is a great thing. I love a community outreach. I love it because this is what people on a small time and a small scale need is a community and a strong community. But if you're trying to push this as a business, understand that you will need to up the intake. digital art is going to be favored over hand drawn. Even if it's drawn digitally, it will be favored. You guys seen it all with Chaos Galaxy. He has switched from hand drawing to digital art, even if it's his own drawing. So at least make that transition and understand that you will need to switch to digital art unless your hand drawing is extremely neat, like they used to do back in days with comic book with an inker and a penciler and everything. But you will understand this is a lot of work, and make sure that your digital art is on par and looks the same everywhere because you want a synergy. This is the reason why when you look at my cards, they all have the same aspect because these are 3D models. People don't focus really on the backgrounds of my cards. It's the 3D models that is the main centerpiece. I can have my cards like just like this. Look, there's no backgrounds. These could be my Warsaw card, but I decide not to because I enjoy putting a nice little background in behind it. But these backgrounds are AI generated because it is the fastest amount of time for me to get something in the background. You know what I'm saying? I understand that some people might feel a certain way for the creature itself, but even at that, I wouldn't feel a certain type of way myself because the idea for the creature still comes from you. Okay, let's face it. Every out of out of all the TCGs I've seen so far, half of them are either related to space monsters, or the other half is based on the medieval stuff with demons and angels. And everything is similar towards the fire, water, earth. There's only so many things that you can go off of, right? To call it original. So you guys, I understand that to reach out of the original, you guys will go for the hand drawing and the art, which is what is going to make the separation. But at the same time, when you prompt your little thing and you make a creature appear out of this AI prompt, it is still going to be yours. It is yours because that idea of that prompt came from yourself. Everything is not original anymore. We live in times where everything is inspired by something. I'm not going to sit there and tell you because I use light darkness and whatnot that I came with something that is strictly original. We could probably go and search the net and find something that is probably as similar as this. Even though my creatures are not based off medieval stuff or per se space stuff. Yes, there's galaxy stuff, but they're not aliens. They're none of them are aliens. It's a godlike, it's a human God's blessings and curses thing. But it is heavily influenced by American comics, like Marvel and DC. The way they interact, the way all like this is where I take most of my inspiration from, like of the lore and story wise, the way I want to tell my story. So the same way, there's certain things that you guys will be able to do. You guys will favor. You guys have to understand that if you guys want a stronger community is not built upon restricting access to this community to others. It is by expanding doors to others. How many kids are out there that do not know how to draw but have the idea for TCG and that know how to use AI? Let them use AI. Sometimes I look at you guys with your thing and you guys are using AI for like just for your prototype cards where it looks great and you guys know that it looks great. I see some of you guys sometimes ask a question like some of you guys hand draw your stuff and then make it filter to AI and people will still say no, I like your hand drawing better, but it's a digitalized version of what you have drawn. It is your creature that AI did not go and pick from somewhere else. And you guys will make people believe that it is not a good step to go. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not going to be the one person to say it. Use every tool necessary to make your game look as professional as possible. Because you are out there competing with Magic the Gathering and Pokemon. Understand this carefully. Even if you're homemade, even if you're at the lowest tier, if you are putting cards out there for people to get for a price, if you're not just giving cards for free, if you're putting a price on it, you are competing with the highest tier of card because you are doing the same thing. It doesn't matter if you're on the lower bottom tier. If you're on the little league or the big league, you're still playing the same sport. It is still the same medium. You are competing with Pokemon. You're competing with Magic Gathering. You're competing with Yu-Gi-Oh. You're competing with whatever Duel Masters is. You're competing with all these games because you're trying to sell it to people like that too. But the difference between you and them is that the only people you seem to attract is people that are doing the same thing as you, which is drawing cards at home. There's not too many people out there who go to game convention looking for Pokemon games, who are looking for homemade TCG games too, because the level is not the same. Because the mind that is being pushed on the community is to not push your skills level or the uses of resources to a higher level. Because it's easy for people to hear me say skills level and then be like, well, you see, you said it's skills level, AI is not skills. AI is the skills to use newer and better tools if you do not have the means. If you're great at drawing, good for you. But if you're not, and there's tools available and people are telling you not to, what can they tell you? Use it. And this is what it's funny to me. People can bash Magic the Gathering for using AI. They use AI. You will still buy the cards because you want this new Magic. It is still branded. People will bash Yu-Gi-Oh does it. People will bash Pokemon and they do it. Pokemon has been reselling you the same cards over and over again with different art style, and people still buy them. It is the same Charizard. It is just a different. This one has 3D on it. This one has this type of glitter. This one has this color. This one is just this one. This one is. It is the same card, same stats, just different artwork, and people still buy it. And then you will let somebody else tell you that because you don't have necessarily the skills to draw, but you have the creative mind to do it, you should not do what you want to do because you're using AI. But those same people will go complain if a big company use AI. Boycott them for a couple weeks and go and get the next pack of MTG because they just came out with that new Spider-Man alternate, whatever. This is what I'm telling you guys. Don't let people bring you down in any certain way. AI is a tool. Use it just like Photoshop is a tool. And you have the skills to use it, use it. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If you want to write down in your card that the art was produced by AI, but so what? I am buying a trading card game. I am not buying NFTs. I'm not buying a little expo here. I'm not buying your home game trading card game to put them on the wall like if it was Pokemon cards that are valued at $10,000. This is not the case. I'm buying your card to play the game. Yeah, it has nice images on it, but I like the game for what it is, a game. I want to know how the game plays so that I can play the game. So for people to look at you and tell you like, oh, AI, you're fraud for using AI art, especially for the creatures, because I know people wouldn't really mind the whole background thing, because the background thing is a background thing. I personally will never listen to somebody that will bash another artist, example like me, for using AI art for background. If you don't even have a background or using the same background because you have the same elements. Listen. Stop it. Okay? Background. The background is the background. It's not even what you're supposed to focus on. It's not a land card. It's a background. Don't even. So I have the same thought for the creature because it is a trading card game, not trading cards. Period. These are not just trading cards. They like you trade to. If you want to do that, yes you can, but you're going to. First of all, you guys buy these cards and open the booster pack right? Well, most of these collectors don't even open them. They don't even know what's inside it. It's just the off chance of it being worthy of something to keep it sealed somewhere. Unless you guys want to grab a Chaos Galaxy card and PSA it, because it's gonna go worth more in the future. You guys cannot bring down the community because the community is made of smaller individuals. Some people are kids that just want to play their own cards and have their little drawings, and then they have their parents redo the art for them. Some parents will use AI and tell them use AI. there is no issue. Some of these people will use AI even for the names of your card, for the effects of your card. You guys will use AI for other things from your TCG, but the art, and then after that, bash people because use AI for their art. It is a game. Keep it to a game. Some people use AI models for video games. Some people like AI is being used for CGI effects in movies. You guys are not mad about it, and they're grossing millions of dollars. And you guys want to bash the guy that is trying to sell his little booster set on Game Crafter because he's using AI? You guys can't. And I'm gonna be the one to say it. I'm gonna be the one to say it. And even though it sucks to say it, I'm an artist myself. AI makes better art than me. Of course, I would hate on it. AI draws better than me, even if it's based on different drawings. It is not. It's not taking the actual drawing of somebody and just changing the colors. It's taking little bits and pieces of information, and for what you told them, it's piecing together stuff, adding colors to it, whatever. Because whatever you wanted to add, it will add it based on this database and what it has observed. Even if there's no, let's say there was no picture nowhere of a mermaid, and you ask him to make a mermaid, he will know what a mermaid is, grab the little picture of a fish, grab the picture of a man, and then merge together to make it look like what a mermaid looks like, hypothetically. So it's not somebody that had to draw a mermaid somewhere and yeah, just grab that picture and change the red to blue. You know what I'm saying? It's the prompts and things that come out of your mind, the way you want to position it, the way you want to have it look, the art style that you want to have it will create that art. It is a tool, a resource. The same way I could look and show and be like, well, yeah, you made a nice game, but you did not draw it. You had to pay somebody to draw it. Some people could bash at you for this to be like, well, you did not pay to do the drawing. You did not do the drawing. You had to pay somebody to draw it yourself. So is the game really entirely yours, or the artist that made it, that drew this, kind of owns a part of that card? Is this not enough? Is this fully original creature when you said the creature came from your mind but was drawn by somebody else? Same could be applied to AI. If it's different artists that make it, if you send it for an artist and the artist, one does the penciling, the other one does the inking, the other one does the coloring, is it considered not original art no more? That is specifically to yours because it does not come from your mind. Because you said make a dragon, but this one drew pencil that dragon this way, this one inked that dragon that way, and this one made it completely different. So now that dragon looks like a giant snake with wings. But now you called it a dragon. So is this the dragon that you had in mind? Maybe not. So don't bash people for using tools when tools are necessary for them. I'm using tools myself. These are 3D models. I did not make that gun. I placed and positioned that gun in the hand of that model. I did not make that model. I did not make that blank model. I use it for my card. I position them, take out the reference lines, add whatever I want to add to it, and I make my cards with this. These are 3D models. They're not 100% drawings. My own characters are not drawings. Obviously, they were conceptualized by me. I have a drawn version of them that was lost years ago, but they're all in my head. I taught myself how to do a certain thing, and then I made the models. But the model itself is based on a plain model that I changed the color, add features to it, put clothes on, change the colors of the air and whatnot. And this is my character. But I didn't. It did not come from a ball that I had to model. No, it was a human-sized model that I featured and modified as I wanted to make it a custom character. And now instead of having to draw these characters over, this is the reason why it's easy for me to make alternate artwork of my same character, or to have that character in a blessing card and have it positioned a different way, because instead of being a drawing that I have to redraw, it's just a 3D model. But it's a tool. It's a tool that I learned myself to use. The same way for my background. When I go into my background, I prompt my background. I will go to example Crook Dog. In my comic book, the enemies of the Crooks, there's two gangs. There's the gladiators and the bandits. The Crooks are blue, the gladiators are green, and the bandits are red. So I prompt this: a group of green people in a housing project in green coming towards somebody. There's no one per se here. It's just, and this is what AI gave me: the background with people in green coming towards nothing with grass. And then on top of that, I added my 3D model, twitched a bit with probably like the lightning of whatever to give it, to make it blend. But this is what it gave to me. Same thing here. I want a housing project corner with a street that says 5th lane and 10th lane. This is an AI prompt that I, after that, added my character to give more vivid to the background. This is, I could have done this with, I could have taken me probably a whole day to draw that specific card. Like example, if I go to, let me go to example, there is no background here, no background at all. This is a 3D background, like slight colors on it, barely any, and the sky that I added on, I added the sky. Same thing for here. This is a 3D background that I colored. I added the colored myself on the buildings. Put a sky off an image of a screenshot of Google Map. I go on Google Map, Street View, turn towards the sky, screenshot the sky, and then just add some filter on it. And this is what I have for my sky and my cards. I use any asset. This is when you're graphic design, you use any asset. This is a full asset of a galaxy that I use and tweak the background to have some of it. This is an entire like big old spacious thing that I don't remember where I took this from. This is another 3D background. This is a whole 3D of a full city, and I just play with the shadows. This is just a blank background where I just pretty much added a little effect where like the color changed a little bit from like pinkish to whatever, and then I copy paste this little orb of like multiverse everywhere to make it a background. Then put my character's foot on it. You know what I'm saying? Let me see this one. This is a 3D background that I use literally squares of bright colors to just color the building and then merge the colors within the background. And for the sky, same thing. Random picture of the sky that I added all the way in the background. You know what I'm saying? You could look close like these. Like, it was not colored. Actually, let me see if I can show you a proper like way to show you how it was done. Because I don't even know. These are just literally rectangles of color that I just, and then on top of it, I added my character. And this is the card that you get. Here is a 3D background that is barely noticeable because I darkened it. It's just like a street alley. Another 3D background, a jail hall, where I just put some lighting effect. Like I just lightened up the lights over here and this to give it a little bit of little aspect to it. 3D backgrounds again, where I put my character, added some glitters. Another 3D background. This one beautiful, where I added even more lighting effects to the whole thing. But it's a 3D background with my 3D character paused on it. This is what I'm telling you guys, like, don't let people bring you down on nothing. Prompt what you want. Look at this. You could tell this is a 3D background. The buildings are so much like the same. It's just a bunch of like tall, white columns, right? But then I added this specific thing that is related to a story in my comic book where everything is being destroyed on its path. I added feathers here and there, and now the whole thing comes together. You guys have to understand that art is what you make of it. It's not just what it is. This is the reason why there's different forms of art. Art is what you make of it, not just what it is. Like, it's a lot that comes with the idea of wanting to like make art, but people have to understand that it's a lot that just comes with it. You have a lot of like, look at this. This is this is 3D used twice. I used 3D background of a war, and then I went literally, let's see, documents, download. Do I still have it? This demon right here. I used that demon picture right here and tweaked it to add this to the foreground right here. And then use my 3D model coming down from the sky, added a little bit of lightning effect. You see, changed a little bit. I tweaked a little bit inside of his characters for giving more substance. Where there was holes, I filled the holes, so you can see that, like example here, he doesn't have nothing here, right? This is a hole, but I tweaked it. So I don't know, you won't be able to really see it, but I tweaked it to give it more of a body. And then added my guy some lightning effect, and this card is to reflect him. I did some glitters too, but this is his card. It is a 3D model of my character using the AI background, and it makes for some of the best results ever. Like, I am literally using AI as the best tool right now. You guys need to not be afraid to use AI for whatever. You see this example? This is even crazier. Like, this background is not AI. Even though it might look AI, it is not AI. It is a picture of a how do you call this, of a architectural design I found on Google by just writing down modern office design prototype on Google, and I saw a bunch of pictures like that are made by different architects, and I grabbed one of the fancy office that I liked, screenshot it, and then tweaked with a little filter on it, give that little aspect that blends the colors so that the colors get blended more to look like a drawing. And this is my background. Then I added my character on top of it. There's multiple ways to do everything you want to do. Example, you see this? AI generated, but AI generated using assets that I gave them. This is me that I created this little pin for the Scorpion Society, and this is a Scorpion pin. As you can see here, even him, AI generated circle with a scorpion in it. This one, AI generated using assets that I gave him. So I gave them that image and told him, can you please put this in the background so that it looks like he's having a press conference at wherever he is from, and the lower accuracy of my comic book. And this is what it gave to me. It gives for the best results, guys. If you guys know how to use those tools properly, it will give the best results. Even if this whole image was made in AI, it does not matter, because this is not a thing that is necessarily out here promoting the art per se. It is something that is promoting the game. Like, watch. This is the boat that I use to make this card right here. Like that, this shit right here. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. No difference. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come backshots, mama, you know. Get it closer. Did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck. Add a little name for this guy. Yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my piece. Yeah, I'm up to. Add a little glass falling off of his hand, and there you go. You have your card that is still focused on this specific character, regardless of the fact that there's an AI background on it. That's what I'm telling you guys. You guys need to push, and keep pushing for everything that you want when it comes to your TCG. And understand something: if you guys are trying to sell it, it is not just a hobby. You guys are making a business out of it, because no hobby has a price tag on it. You guys are putting a price tag on it. It is not a hobby, it is a business. You are competing with the highest tier of TCG makers in the world. You cannot afford to close down your ideas and to tell yourself that You will come out with lesser quality than what the best is doing to try to compete with the best. Even if you tell yourself that you're not trying to compete with the best, if you not tell that to yourself, you will find a point in your life where you have hand drawn a lot of cards that you have put out on game crafters for whoever to fall, not to buy, that is not gone past the point where you want it at least, even if you're satisfied that one person buys it. Everybody knows I will be happy if only one person buys one of my deck of cards, obviously. But this is not the goal. The goal is to be out there to make a living off of this because who wouldn't want to live off his dream? That being understood, you have to also understand that with what you're trying to put out there, there is a certain level of of quality that needs to be put out there. So yes, if you are making hand drawn TCG, make sure that the art is solid, consistent, and looks damn near not hand drawn. Because if you're trying to put yourself out there to put this into the world, you will not be able to compete. You will not. And you have to understand that even though it might take the joy out of it, you are putting your time into it. Time is money, regardless of how you want to see it. If you put your time into it, then you put it on a website for like game crafters, or you want to start a Kickstarter for some people to back it up. Then you have to understand that people are putting their own money for a quality project. And after the whole wave of homemade trading card makers that are going to respect you for the art, and then the whole wave of people who are just enthusiasts or just fan of you personally, you're going to want to appeal to the wave of people who like card games for liking card games, which is the mass audience, and this is where everybody that really wants to get to know your game are going to be at. And I'm telling you guys, they are not gonna like it if it's not on par with what they're already known as. This is the reason why there's something that is called Hollywood movies and B type movies. You get what I'm saying? That there's A-listers and B-listers. It is how you separate yourself from different entity, how you present your product. It is okay to be proud of your homemade aspect. It is okay to love it, but then to want to ban the other people because they're using a different type of tool or medium from you is hypocritical, because you're doing exactly what the big houses have done to you, which is the reason why you are a indie creator, because you are the doors are being shut to you for your lack of resources, and you are at the same time shutting doors to people who have even less resources than you. So when it comes to AI art, guys, my personal take is if you need to use it, use it. If you don't need to use it and want to use it, use it. It is a tool for everybody to have and to learn and to get for free. Some of them you have to pay for, but most of the AI out there, you can use it for free. So use it, guys, because people will bash you for your AI art, but they don't know if you're sitting on the best game mechanic in the world. Do not let people bash you for the art if you have the keys to the best game mechanic in the world. Your goal is to put out a trading card game, not just trading card art. You understand what I'm saying? For those who want to make trading card art, tell them to label it as such and keep that community shut and closed on the side. But for those of us who want to make trading card game, remember that the focus is on the game mechanic itself. The art is secondary. And the best way to prove this is most of you guys prototype your game without even art on it. And you guys can still play the game. The art is secondary to the game. So don't let people bash you down for your art if you're not somebody that is super skillful at art and that needs to have different resources to make your art. Make it throughout the game, because those same people are clearly able to play their games without art or with little to no effort to certain art. And I'm gonna tell you something. If you give me a card game that has no background versus a card game that has, let's say, AI background, I have considered that you have put more efforts towards your game if you gave me AI background for the simple reason that you have went through the process of giving me a background instead of just giving me nothing. So same thing goes for 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 the drawing. It takes more time to have a hand drawn, but if your hand drawn at the same time it looks like it was drawn by a kid of 5 year old or whatnot, whatnot, I'm sorry, but I'm going to be the honest person to say we live in a world where you're trying to sell to consumers, not just people who like indie TCGs. You're trying to sell to consumer mass. Give to the public what they want, and the public likes nice art. Some people are going to like your hand-drawn art if it's done properly, but if your hand-drawn art is not the best, and that's even if, because I'm gonna be honest with you, even nowadays when it comes to my personal medium that I love the most, comic book, I do not enjoy reading a comic book that has too much the aesthetics of hand drawing with the little scribbles on it, and it's not. I don't really like it. I like it when it's so digital that it looks like it was made by a computer. I'm gonna be honest with you. Example, DC New 52 has amazing art. The new what Marvel looks like, the way all the way these figures look square and the muscles are drawn. Like this is the reason why you guys love manga so much. Manga is hand drawn, but it's hand drawn in such a neat way that it doesn't even look like it's hand drawn. And this is the reason why people love manga so much. But unless you have manga tier art skills level or digital artist art skill level, you guys have to understand that this is not the way to go. Like, and then especially when it comes to like, and if you still want to do with the hand draw, please digitalize your art. Digitalize your art. Okay, I love seeing people hand drawing the stuff, but if you hand draw it, digitalize it after, or like I seen. I'm gonna put a name out there. I'm sorry. I think it was Wrath of Core doing those little questionnaires when he was making his own art with his hands, and then I think he was filtering it through AI and asking people what they were saying. And I think I seen the one two comments, and they were all saying like, "Oh, the hand drawn is better." Listen. The AI based its own result of the hand drawn that this person has made. I respect the hand drawn, like like the hand drawn aesthetics of it, but I am going to be the one to say the AI rendering of the hand drawn art is way better, way better, because the little details, the shadings and everything in it makes it way better. Let's not forget something else. When you do hand drawn, especially when you use crayons and everything, it is not going to be perfectly all colored. So you still see the little white-ish granilla, like granny, like texture from the paper itself. It's not the same thing when you have the full colors and everything has been like properly, like, you know what I'm saying, like shaded and little details are there, and I can still recognize the creature has its own creature. But you guys are out there in the comments like telling him like, no, I understand what it is, but this looks better. Of course, you have more. There's more stuff there, but this is where you can make it that it's just these will be special cards. Like it's like Paper Mario or whatever, or hand drawn Pikachu is worth a lot because the rest is so digitalized. If I am if I would be the one to directly speak to Wrath of Core, I will tell you, hey, listen, man, all your drawing that you did, if you like it the way you like it, that is good for you. I will personally, if I'm to answer that question, I like it better throughout the AI filter because it's still your creature, it's still yours, and it's like instead of paying an artist to redo your own work, you have done the work yourself to make those prototypes, and then you have AI making it better and digitalizing it the way it will be appealing to the eye right away. It's so easy to see which one is easier to appeal to the eye. There's not even a comparison. Obviously, I do not think the hand drawn skills are shit, not at all. Because to me, art is whatever it looks like, and that universal art cannot be ugly. But I can recognize the quality in the art when it comes to line works, coloring, shading, and all that. And this is something that AI has done very well, even though it has a hand That I remember there's a yellow creature, the hand comes out. It doesn't matter. This is what you can fix later on your own. Or you can even reprompt it for it to be, or sometimes leave it because it even looks more creature-like. But at the same time, it is a better it is better art to put out if you want to keep selling a product. To have a product like this on shelf, I'm gonna be honest, that AI filtered rendering of your creature, I would see this on shelves better than seeing a hand drawn because it appeals to the professionalism of the whole project. It is as simple as that. I have drawn all my characters before by hand and I've decided to make them digital. I did it digital, and after that, I decided to do them in 3D models because the symmetry I could get by 3D models was in comparison to me like drawing them by hand all the time. So I went for something that will make it look more professional at all time. If you guys want to go towards selling something, understand that the other side is buying it, and you wanna spend your money where it's at. And this is the reason why now all these crazy Pokemon cards are worth a lot. The art is nice. It has a brand behind it. It has a whole thing with Pokemon. Remember, Pokemon is not just a trading card game. It's a whole anime. There's toys. There's a lot of stuff that comes down with Pokemon, right? So you guys have to understand that if you guys are pulling out something like this to the world, you have to understand that you're competing with the best of the best. Therefore, you have to pull out the best. So my personal opinion is AI art is not bad. The same as Enjon is not bad. So the same way I am not gonna bash you if you're using hand drawn, you should not be bashing people for using AI. Because at the end of the day, one result is more pure to what the creator and what the hardcore fan is accustomed to and is more inclined to, but the other mean is way more professional looking. And if you want to think about professional, if you want to talk about money being involved, money being spent, rather than it's you or me, if we're talking about business, if we're talking about putting yourself out there to the world, then you want to go to a more professional aesthetic. And this is just the bottom line. And this is the reason why, when you think about it, the homemade TCG that seem to be doing better than others are the ones that have either transitioned to digital art or altogether just decided to pay artists to do the work for them because the art itself is more appealing. Even though it is a game, the art is more appealing. And you guys have to always keep that in mind. Like, you have to keep that in mind. I know I've been scrolling for hours looking for what I'm looking for, but I'm trying to understand. I'm not trying to understand. I'm trying to look for that special little piece of if ever I would need it. So far, I think I'm okay with that. I like this though. But yeah. But I'm gonna use this. Now watch. You'll see what I'm talking about. Ooh. There's a shadow. Add lightning. I've been the talk of the survey. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it, fuck the plot. Stiff like an axolot.
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. Seen who I am last night with a toolie tweaking, huh? Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back. Of course, it's easy if you want to be like, well, of course I'm going to defend AI because I use AI for my background, but I would defend AI regardless.
because it's like it's everything is like double. It's double sworded, right? The way we consume content right now forces you to find faster ways to try and put out whatever material you want to put out. Because if I am to think about it, right? Have you guys ever noticed how like back then people used to wait for TV shows to come out with a new episode, but now it's like if it doesn't really matter anymore because are consuming stuff at such a fast pace that now they can't even compete with us, the viewer, of how fast we're watching what we're watching. So therefore, what they're doing is like instead of trying to like make you guys wait, make us guys wait for like for like uh for like the next episode or whatnot, they just right away like basically decided to just make offshoots or whatever the hell we like. Example, you will have Game of Thrones. People will have Game. We love Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is over. You don't want Game of Thrones to fall off the mind of people because if you don't do something new that is related to Game of Thrones, well, Viking is going to take over and people are just going to start talking about Vikings and everything else that you could sell when it comes to merch on Game of Thrones is over. It's not like back in the days where movies like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings are forever living on, right? So what you do is you make spin-offs. Spin-offs because this is the only way for you to give originality while giving similarity to the people, while at the same time not losing their focus. And this is the generation that we live in. We binge watch shows, we binge watch movies, we binge listen to music, podcasts. Everything has to be overproduced because the population is over consuming. This is the reason why TCGs will come up with so many new sets, so many booster packs, so many like things to try to that you lose yourself into it. And at the same time, this is the reason why you would need to give in to the fact that having tools that help you produce faster is a bonus when you're trying to understand that you are dealing with a population that is overly and majorly using media as a source of release of whatever they're going through in their life, but in the way that is so fast and so much that it's hard now for creators to even compete with how much they're like the people are consuming right now. So I don't see how as a creator I would tell another creator that using any type of tool that will benefit into him making faster content will be like realistic. And I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's kind of like there's a narrative that's being pushed. I honestly believe that the the mass industry is into what AI is doing to AI, while the small community is trying to ban AI. But the thing is this, right? We do not live in the fantasy world where the small community is what dictates the rules. Eventually, guys, for the demand of cards that the public that is not homemade TCG people, because we all know that, guys, the homemade TCG community is not the community that is buying on a massive scale. This is not the same. The homemade TCG community likes to revolve around the creators and its art and get new game mechanics or something different. But the actual gamer community, the ones that spend, the one that will earn you the money, the one that gets you a table at the convention, they don't care about the homemade TCG community at all. And if AI art is produced for them, they will not care because the only people that actually complain about the AI art is the hardcore fans. And of course, hardcore fans are a thing, but hardcore fans are no longer going to be a thing because hardcore fans of Magic the Gathering are hardcore fans of the game. But if you understand what these games are doing, they are crisscrossing. Literally, you have Lord of the Rings, Magic the Gathering cards, Spider. There was a, I think they released recently a Deadpool and Wolverine. Imagine they are not looking for the, they are not looking for the average or hardcore gamer anymore. This is not what it's about. What is popular right now is crossover to get people to play the game because it was never about the art. It was always about playing the game, and this is what a lot of people in the indie space is missing. You are trying so hard to make it special. The indie, like, you know what is special about the indie community is the fact that we are doing the same as the big company with the little resource that we have and with the brain that we have. This is what the indie community is, being independent. It is not doing everything entirely different because what an indie maker is trying to do is trying to make it to the big league. So to have other indie creators or fans telling you that you should not do what eventually the big companies are, they're probably doing it because I know there was a backlash already for indie art being used in Magic the Gathering. They already done it. They already done it. And you guys are trying to convince the little guy that they shouldn't do it. While the big, I, honestly, I would tell you jump on AI right away. I will tell you that if you don't know how to jump on it. Why? Because right now, the big company is still hesitant on like doing it, but they're pushing a little bit. Because think about it, just think of how smart it is. If you run out of original characters to do, you will try AI. If the public finds out that you're using AI and gets mad about it, how do you come out with new sets, even though it's the same cards with just a new font? If they don't like a new Dark Lord because because he's AI, but that fits within your narrative or universe because Magic's like medieval magic. I don't know what it. I've never been a big Magic guy to be honest, but I would assume a lot of the art style revolves around medieval fantasy type stuff, right? So when you run out of artists to make knights, and you want to use AI to make a knight that looks a little bit different, people bash you for using AI to make a knight. You know what is the next smartest thing to do? Well, okay, if we need to make new cards of the same card, and we cannot use the same type of like lore world for our art, if the customer is so accustomed to us making knights that now if we release an AI made knights, they will recognize it because it's too generic. All we have to do is go to other companies that have other license and ask them for their license. So now this knight will no longer be a knight. It will still be the knight card in stats, but instead, to the eye of the public, it will be free. And this is exactly what they're doing. They're gonna use every other IP that they can until they run out of IP, and then just be like, F it. We're using AI. We're gonna use AI from now on because this is what's going on right now. Right now, the water is being tested by just giving you different IPs, but these different IPs are gonna run out of anything eventually. You're gonna see what I don't even know if they have Star Wars. They might soon just get Star Wars on there if they don't already have Star Wars in Magic the Gathering. This is how much I don't know. I might be saying this and there's already a Star Wars set out there and I'm being looked at. I'm like, oh, this guy doesn't know. I don't know Magic the Gathering like that. I'm not an MTG guy. I'm sorry, that's not my thing. Alright, it looks cool, but it's at the same time such a complex game for me to understand. That's not my thing. But I would tell you guys to jump on that wave right away. It's simple. Jump on it because eventually the big companies are going to just force it down the people's throat and people are just going to accept it because what is going to be left there? Are people gonna not play the game? No, they're not gonna play the game. And you know that for a fact, especially if you guys are at the same time part of the gaming community. Let me tell you something, okay? We used to have co-op campaign modes. We used to have unlock the big armor, the special abilities by becoming good at the game and finding new stuff. We don't have that no more. Now everything is online and everything is a paid war. We hate the paid war. We hate it. Did we stop buying video games? No, we did not. Because we have been forced to deal with this for so long that it has become the norm. And the fact that it has become the norm, we just deal with it. And these companies are going to do the same thing for AI art. Let me tell you something. Comic books company have done it. There was a recent thing I seen. I think there was a Joker comic book that came out, and then people saw that it was AI art because they forgot to like clean one of the panels, and Joker had like six fingers in one of the on one of his hands. And you know that that's one of the main thing with AI. AI is bad with hands. For some reason, AI keeps thinking that humans are supposed to have a bunch of hands, a bunch of fingers. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a thing AI does, right? But all this was is a sign to tell you that like the big companies, the one that actually run the market that you're so like that your local homemade TCG maker is so adamant on trying to convince you that he's not trying to enter, while at the same time convincing you to try to buy his card too, is doing this. Do not let the market beat you down into this, because you will have people tell you to not do with AI because they don't want to do AI because they feel a certain type of way. But I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love watching the video and the concept of people making their cards. I love watching you guys doing your thing. But I am so far there's only a few games that I'm convinced that I would buy and have at home. And one of the major part of it is personally because I do not enjoy the aesthetic of the hand drawn cards. I do not like specifically the ones that are hand drawn and scanned. I'm okay. I'm I can deal with example like you see like example like a Chaos Galaxy. The fact that it's digitalized makes me more inclined to buy a pack to buy a pack of Chaos Galaxy. Where I would stop myself, and the reason why I would not is because of the lack of background, which is one of the things out. But you know what I'm saying? But even at that, if I was to buy the game and then find out that the game is a good game, I would love to play the game. I am not appealed by the idea of buying the game because regardless of how the mechanic is played, the art itself is not appealing just for the missing backgrounds. Because I don't think the art is bad, it is just not appealing. For me to have just a regular creature and no backgrounds does not appeal to me, especially me that has been influenced by Yu-Gi-Oh, where some of it has art and some of it don't. Some of it has background, some of it don't. I was highly like more into cards that had like a background and stuff like that. And one of the things too with Yu-Gi-Oh is what they're doing is like even their background is not like they don't even have to make like a generic background. They just give you something in the back like a color or something, sometimes some motives, some designs, just to give it a little edge, and that already is enough for me to be like, okay, I like this game. But it's hard for me to be appealed by something where I do not see any like background or that example it is too hand drawn and stuff. I cannot, and I'm a regular consumer, and of course I am just me one person, but you have to understand that the world is full of memes, and I have more love for the TCG general than the regular people that will buy it because they want to buy it and collect it and play the game. At the same time, you have to understand what is the goal of your TCG, which is another aspect of why I tell guys to always focus. Example, my TCG is not a standalone game per se, in the sense that it's not a TCG that I wanted to make a TCG per se. My game is and a complementary assets of a world that I'm building. Basically, it is to not show it's merch. My TCG is merchandise surrounding a lore that is bigger than what the TCG is in itself. This is not a game for being a game. This is a game based on a comic book just to push media around this comic book. So all that you're seeing when it comes to my TCG is a game that is a game for people to discover more about a broader thing that is my comic book. But if you are only here with a TCG that has no extensive medium attached to it, you need to understand that you have to put more effort than I would normally have to give something to the public that they would want, because you are not just into lore building and whatever like merchandising, right? As I am doing, I am, like I said, making a whole lore and building a whole shared universe where my TCG is involved and whatever. Like these are just characters in my comic book, so it's easier for me to just push the narrative of like this is an accessory to everything I want to do, right? So that being said, if you just have a game in hand without anything else that come with it, like I said, remember that Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh are animated show first and foremost, right? There's a show that comes with Yu-Gi-Oh, they have toys, they have video games, they have everything. We do not. We have a game, and that's about it. We have a TCG. Well, for most of you guys, we have a TCG that you guys are making, and it doesn't come with no lore. It doesn't come with, if it has a lore, it is a lore creating by in-game. So it doesn't come with its actual like storyboard, storyline, universe. Like everything is within the confines of your game. When you have something like this in hand, where people do not have another means to consume your lore or your story, the only way for them to interact with whatever you want to tell them is through your game. You have to understand that since your media is your game, give them something in the game to be able to be encroached to it. Because it is easy, especially in today's age, for people to just lose themselves and get bored quickly. Because I'm gonna be honest, I was not part of the whole wave of TCG indie creator during the whole COVID thing. I just came this year because I've been working on my comic book, and this is the year where I'm expanding like the whole lore of it and like the whole media thing of it. And this is where I started to find out about all these indie TCG creators. But I realized that like it's like during the whole COVID there was a boom into it, and then it stopped once quote unquote real life has got back on. People started to realize that they have other things in mind and other things they want to do. So they started to invest and then put their time into other stuff. But the one thing that did not stop is those big games that have been running, that have been had a model, that have been appealing to the people. The big threes, example, are still going and running strong. Why? Because they have not just get themselves into a phase. They're running this as a business, guys. And to running as a business, you have to understand that you're appealing to a certain type of people, which is the consumer. And the consumer wants something out of you. They need to have that feeling, like when they're opening a pack, when they're doing whatever. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys are going off the model of just being a homemade creator and kicking everybody out that does not appeal to your standard, or it's hard for people it's even hard for people to create a community. Now imagine people that just want to get their thing going and being shut down by people that are trying to enter a community that is specifically made of people that cannot enter the big league. And now the little league doesn't even want you. This is what I'm telling you guys, that it's not a fair play to profess yourself as an indie community when you want to bash people that are using memes because they do not have the necessary skills or necessary like resources to do this, which is basically the epicenter of what being a community is, like being indie is. So when you see people that are out there trying their best to come out with a game, regardless of how the art is being presented, because let's say, like I said, I am not the type of person that would buy, let's say, Chaos Galaxy because I'm not appealed by the art style per se. I could be probably bought by the way the game is being played, but because the art style is not appealing to me, I watch the videos, I enjoy the content, I enjoy the process, I like seeing how he's doing it. But as far as me wanting to buy something, to purchase it, to go play with it, I'm not appealed because the art style per se, I'm not calling it lazy or anything. It's just not appealing to me because what has been thrown in my face is all those AAA budget things. Like I will hold a Chaos Galaxy card, find it nice, love the way the game is played, but just because of what that Charizard look like or what that Dark Magician look like, that's the one I want. It's nice to put on display. It's flashy, big background. You know what I'm saying? Like there's an appeal to it. There's an appeal to it, and this is one of the main thing that is probably like that I focus my thing on. This is one of the reasons why, example, like my War Souls, or in specific like example poses. Like if you check, they're like in little bit elegant poses is because I want these war souls, especially some of them. Example, I'll show you the strongest card, which is I want this to be a staple artwork when it comes to it. You see, it's not a drawing. It's not even. It's just a picture of me. It's not even a 3D model. It's a picture of me that I put. These are all my real tattoos on my body. I have a lot of tattoos on my body, obviously, but this is a picture of me that I put and I'm trying to do like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this is to be a staple, to be able to be like, well, if can I, could I, would it be worth to PSA this? I personally would. I personally would. Like example, this 3D forefront, sky, a little bit of particles, character. I didn't draw no background. I just edited and whatnot. You want your project to be appealing. Yes, you want it to be appealing. If you want to make it a piece of art and make it enjoy, it's okay. But understand that if you want to enjoy, put some actual quality behind your enjoy. That is not saying that Chaos Galaxy is not nice. The reason why, the only reason why I was saying that the Chaos Galaxy cards per se were not appealing to me personally is only for the lack of background. I'm just not a big fan of no background for creature cards. That's all there is. That's all there is. And because I'm somebody myself who hates doing background, especially for the fact that I draw comic books, so mm, for my comic book, there's really no AI being used. It's really like I have to like I'm drawing and using 3D assets. I I really trust me. I backgrounds is something that I hate doing for a long while, but at the same time I understand the necessity of it because you want to have a bigger picture of what the creature is, right? You want to have a sense of like his environment and what his creature is all about because sometimes it speaks to you at the same time, right? It's one thing to have a lava creature that is sitting on top of a volcano, but it's another thing to have a lava creature that you see physically being in the middle of the volcano, sitting inside the lava itself. You would think to yourself like, oh, this is a really powerful creature. He is powerful enough to withstand the heat of the inside of the volcano type stuff, right? So you would have a bit more extensive like understanding, especially if you have like I was saying example me, my comic book comes from a my card games come from a lore that is attached to a comic book. So it's easy for you guys to like sometimes if you do not have an extensive media, like I said, my TCG does not come from being a TCG itself. It comes from something else that I am turning into a TCG through the extension of my story. But at the same time, for those of you guys who just purely came with the idea of the game and that the game itself is building lore around being the game, I'm telling you guys, it is always useful to have a low background. Like obviously, like I like example, like Shard TCG on one of his videos, he said one of the good thing to example if you want to build on the lore of your comic is to have a little like flavor text in the bottom. I thought about doing this before. Let's see. If I go my card files, right here, my better concept. These were the earliest like concept of my card. Like this is what it would look like before, right? And as you can see, there was the the lifespan was right here. Sorry. The lifespan was right here. The element used to be here. The house used to be here. This used to be a representing of the houses too. This used to be special attack defense. This was to be a flavor. This used to be a flavor text. And then I had, and then I had the effect itself over here. Little by little, when I like this used to be like what my game was going to look like, and I stopped myself at one point to start looking at characters because as you can see, right, this is what my game would look like. And there was no background. If you were to think about it, there's no background in this card. It was only as far as I could do, like right. I'm saying like so I had this, my characters, no background, couple little things on it. This one to try to make it more fancy. I think this was a blessing. Another card. So as you could see, there was no background to any of them. Like I would have something like a sky or something, but that was about it, right? As now, if I'm to compare these to their newer version, listen out, right? We have Tati, right? So Tati right here is boom. And for the alternate art, boom. We'll just use a regular one. So now if you compare those two cards right now, you have this one versus this one. To you, which one is more appealing? You get what I'm saying? If I'm to compare, let's say, the Chevalier of the Dark Feathers. My favorite one. Favorite character. Same concept. Now look, you have this. This. Which one seems the more appealing? See? And I used to use this one because this used to be a conventional style type of card. I wanted to like it was following the like what my views on Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic Gathering used to be. And when I decided to switch to the like because I usually the regular like plain box and text box and whatnot, then the image center. Then I switched to full art and on top of it with some little elements here and there, and then have this just put in plain. And then this is what I ended up coming with. Like example, my best result to show you, right, would be this one. Transfer King O. And boom. Now compare the two aesthetics of these cards. Same posture that I put for them. Added the blood. But you see, more prominence. Like obviously the over there, like it's more like the angle is more whatever. But this one has a more prominent look within the scale of his power. You would understand that this creature is probably powerful like this. But over here, you definitely understand that he is powerful. You definitely understand that he is a powerful creature. Even though the level has been went down from 80, from 110 over here to 80. So this is what I mean when I'm telling you guys, like, do not be afraid to use all these tools because these tools will always be useful and the way you want to come up with it. Like, I will be honest, the way I see like people like Zach making their games and the way he's overdoing it. Like when I say overdoing it, not in the bad sense, I'm saying like he's producing guys. He has given us product. He is dedicated to what he's doing, and the reason why I wouldn't buy like, and this is the topic, right? I would not buy Chaos Galaxy, but I cannot wait to see what Evilverse is going to look like because I feel that Evilverse is going to feature that. This is just what I personally think. Zach. I did not talk to Zach. I don't even think Zach is aware of these videos. Obviously, most of you guys if you've seen this, like if you guys type down, if you see this video, you guys are mostly into homemade TCG, so you guys most likely know what I'm talking about when I talk about Zach, the creator of Chaos Galaxy, and he's currently working on a game called Evilverse. Not being paid, just saying that with the amount of work that he's doing, I can see the transition because I haven't been watching him for a while, but from the moment I started to watch him, I started to binge watch his videos. Like I told you guys, like nowadays the consumer is a binge watching like generation. I'm part of that generation, right? So by just watching Zach, what I noticed about him is his constant like search of wanting to improve his quality and in his card game because I realize that he is like he is really turning a passion into a business. You're looking at somebody that studied like logo design, graphic design, that's working into graphic design, that's marketing and all that. Like he knows what he's doing, and he's trying to find a way to build this into his own little like empire of his own. And I strongly advise him to keep on going because it is throughout putting out content and material that people will follow and you will get big. I'm telling you that right now, guys. I'll do your competitive. This is how you're gonna do. This is the reason why, even though I personally like digital art and especially art with background, regardless that if it's AI, competitive, or just not representing of the character situation. Example like a background where it's just like texture, granulation, or whatever, like just mosaic and whatever in the background. I don't mind that. I rather just than no background at all personally. But I cannot deny that all these homemade TCG creators, like, if I don't want to start making them like, yeah, yeah, ignorance. Ignorance, by the way, ignorance is somebody like I really like this card because he's doing hand-drawn, but he's doing it hand-drawn digitalized, and the fact that it looks like the same, and he's at the same time doing it with the background. This is the reason why I will tell you right now, I will buy Ignorance TCG because I love that he has background. I love that everything is digital. He is he is one of those people that I'm looking at and like yes, he is constantly trying to improve. I like Wrath of Core, especially where Wrath of Core is trying to understand and trying to keep on like playing with the idea of probably filtering his own art throughout AI and asking for me. I'm telling you right now, if do it for one set, call call it the find a way to make this set to make it known by people that this set involves AI rendering of your own art. I don't know if you want to like, make an Elseworld pack or something, whatever. But see how the response is, not from a community standpoint of like how they feel about the art being AI, but see the result as of you giving that to the consumer. Let's see if the consumer, the average consumer, who is, let's face it, the biggest spender is the average consumer. It is not the fan. The fan will spend on what they like. The consumer will spend on what is popular and what is appealing. Remember that all the time, bro. Remember that all the time, cause like you guys all been consumers of something that you don't necessarily like just enjoy more than this. You like it, but you just want to have it to make sure that you have an example. I found out that I was not that much big of a gamer the day that the Xbox One S, no, the Xbox One X came around, and then I had at that time I did not have no Xbox One. I just had an Xbox 360, and I had like waited until I got an Xbox One, and like I just never got around it. And then at one point they came out with like I think it was 2018 or 19 or something like that. They came out with Xbox One X. I bought that thing right away. I'm talking about I went to the EB game and I spent over $1,000. I got Turtle Beach equipment. I got over 12 games. I got a Game Pass subscription. I got so many of these stuff. And at the same time, it's like I went to the store and I just wanted to get the Xbox and probably a 1-2 game. I remember I wanted to get Madden, college football for sure, and Grand Theft Auto 5. That's what I went there specifically to get. But then going over there and seeing all these games, how how they look, I love with like the Fallout 4 the special edition, bro. It's you see no evil or something like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Until now, there's some of these games I never even opened the box. Why? Because I just wanted to have it because it looks nice. And I'm sorry to say, this is what the average consumer is like. You want the thing that looks appealing just to make sure you have it. Because what ended up happening to this Xbox, you ask me, I played hardcore for like probably like 4. That's a lie. I played hardcore for like probably 3 months. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with me. I gamed for like a good 3 months. I was online playing games, getting all sorts of achievement into whatever. And after those 3 months were gone, Netflix. My Xbox basically became a Netflix box. Like I had no need for a smart TV because my Xbox was basically my smart TV. Like I was using the browser to go wherever I wanted to go, using YouTube, putting whatever apps, especially the fact that you could put whatever apps at that time. I don't know if it's still like that because I don't even own the Xbox no more. Because after that time, I realized like, right, I don't need the console to be honest. Like I like to play games, so I switched to PC. But other than that, like that's when I realized that like, listen, man, some people are going to consume your product just to be consumers. Some people would love to have it to play a game here and there, but for the most part, and those people who are going to buy are going to be the consumer are the one who actually are going to willing to spend a big amount of money because we like they I'm gonna say we do not, because I'm a consumer too. It would be a lie to pretend like I'm not a consumer. I will go out there and get myself an Ignar's pack because I love the way the art looks because of all the component that I personally look for in art style when it comes to TCG. I like digital art and I like backgrounds on my card when it comes to TCG because this is what I've been throwing my entire life, Pokemon and all that, right? From the main people. So being used to that, I'm gonna look for that. I don't care how it's being delivered. Cause you could tell me tomorrow that some Pokemon cards are AI art. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, being an artist myself, and I'm telling you right now, I'm speaking from the POV of an artist. I do not care. I do not care. I'm not the one making Pokemon. I don't care how they make the card. If I like the Pokemon card, I'm gonna get some. This is how simple as that. This is brand recognition. I don't care if they use AI or not. I like Pokemon cards. I'm gonna get Pokemon cards. The fact that it was drawn by somebody, the fact that it was drawn by a computer, the fact that it wasn't drawn at all, that it was just spawned out of nothingness, does not really affect if I'm going to purchase it or not because my entire premises is me liking Pokemon or liking at least the cards or the games. And some people might buy it for the art. Well, if I buy it for the art and some of it is already AI, then damn, I like AI art. And I actually do enjoy what AI is doing. I'm enjoying myself on with chat GPT whenever I can, whatever. Like I even use AI to help me coding. I don't know how to code, but I use AI to code with tabletop simulator to do my mod where you guys can play the game of creation, which is basically chess but 9 by 9, but it's not chess because the piece moves differently. I use AI to code it instead of paying a game developer or a game coder like or a scripter. I don't know anything about Lua, but AI did, and AI helped me by me giving him prompts and telling him what I wanted and how to do it. I was granted what I needed. So all these are tools that needs to be used and that are useful at the end of the day. And especially when we talk about the fact that this is a product that you want to have people buy. I want people to buy my comic book. I want people to buy my cards. I want people to consume every type of media I'm gonna make surrounding this game. So what I'm going to do is try to make sure I pull off with the best type of content. It's just as simple as that. So I'm not bashing people when I say I wouldn't buy. And like I said, the reason why I'm gonna repeat myself, of course I know I'm gonna repeat myself, but the reason why I'm gonna say it again, why I wouldn't buy Chaos Galaxy is because it does not remind me of the aesthetics of what I'm used to. in the sense of like the no background or whatnot. The art itself, I personally think is good. To be honest, I without a, I'm gonna be straight up. The way he draws his characters, I love it. I actually I f with it. The reason why I f with it is because they all have the same similar style. It reminds me of it reminds me of a little bit of like some sort of like comic book ish style, like of drawings. I I have a fond thing for squared lines over round lines, and Zach has a lot of a lot of his art is like squarey, like I don't know how to like say, but like it's like square lines, like everything is more defined with squares than like with roundness, and that to me is really appealing. But the lack of background is what's doing it for me. I just wish there was background. I just wish there was background. Like it's just missing that one little aspect because it's amazing art. It's amazing art. And when I look at people like Ignaris, I that's what I love, especially I just recently noticed, I just recently discovered that he was doing stream videos too. Cause I usually go just look at the videos. I never go into the live section. But I seen that he was doing like he's been doing lives too since even before I was doing lives, right? And then when I saw that, and then I saw that he was streaming how he was drawing his creatures and everything, I realized yeah, I'm like, this is how you want to do it. If you like exactly like Zach too. If you guys want to go about and just do hand drawing, find a way to use it and to do it digitally.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
If you guys don't want or don't have the means to buy like example a pad, like example I use my Wacom tablet. Let's say I don't know if you guys can see it through a Wacom tablet, whatever, my pen, my little pen. This is what I used to draw when I want to draw and whatnot. Obviously, if nobody, like has the money, like it costs, but it's like 450. But with the taxes and everything, it comes out to $600. It's kind of retarded. So it came out to like $600 something. But if you guys don't have the means for that, this is how I would suggest you to do, right? Hand draw your stuff. Do not put any colors. Look for AI and ask for AI to just ink it. Render the black lines. Don't put no. Make your line. Ask AI to just make your line straight. No, you can ask AI to not modify the drawing itself, but to just make your lines so they look neat and straight. And not for that, you go into your whatever program you want to use and you just fill in the colors. You do your coloring with that. Because coloring is not too hard to do. Like some people they're good with the mouse to the line, but I talk about like coloring. If you don't really know how to or don't want to put too much time into doing the line work, ask AI to do the line works for your design that you have drawn yourself and scan it. Like I will not stress it again. Wrath of Core. If you see this video, there was a little question that you're asking about the AI version. I personally think it's a great idea because these are your original drawings. What are these guys talking about? Telling you like, bro, like no, don't do it. And, what are they talking about? You've been you are asking people because you've been playing with the idea of it because it's even appealing to you. This is my hypothesis that you have been playing around with it and asking people because if the community were to tell you, oh yeah, go with the AI filtered version of, you would go for that instead of just telling people, no, I'm just playing with it to see. No, if the community would be honest and be like, yo, it's nice, it's nice. Come on now, it's nice. You would go ahead and do it. This is the reason why I'm telling you, don't listen to people try to bring you down, especially because people hate the fact that the AI part, but this is your own. It's your own art that is being rendered. That is being. It's the same as if you go to an artist. Can you make this in a professional way? Like they're just mad because you're not paying an artist out there. Like bro, as an artist myself, I have to go out there and look for jobs. I'm not gonna get mad because people want to use AI. I'm sorry. because as an artist, I should not just be out here looking to make money off people's project. I should be out here myself putting out my own project with my own art skills too. So I can't be mad because people are using AI if I know how to draw and I know make something out of my skills. Like what? Like it's so and the thing is this, right? The less people have money to pay for this, the more we're gonna go towards AI. You might as well jump the curve. You might as well jump the curve. There's nothing that I think there's nothing worse than telling somebody they shouldn't do what I would suggest them to do because this for me is just it always come down to you are trying to put something out there for the public. Why would anybody be out here telling you that you should not do that? What is necessary for your product to achieve a higher quality or higher standards, right? Like, why would anybody pretend like you're not trying to compete with the big ass like entities that are Wizard of the Coast and all these other like things that like obviously are just super hard to compete against. Like it doesn't make no sense for me at least to tell somebody that using tools that will at least allow you to put yourself on par with the big houses is not recommended. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. You guys need to honestly stop relying that much on like the opinion of everybody else. Honestly, because this is where it becomes like treacherous and where it's like you want to be so unique and original that you will go about your own way to do stuff. But then when the community tells you to not do something, then all originality goes out the window and now you listen to what the community is telling you to do. You get how like to me it's a bit backward thinking if I can say the least because it's like your whole point of view being an indie maker is going without the guidelines, right? But at the same time following the format. So follow the format and get out of the guidelines. Like it's just it's just obvious. It should just be obvious. It's like you are trying to sell it. You are trying to sell it. It is not complicated to understand that if you want to sell something like this, you need to really like grab the time that it's taking you to like making this and be realistic for yourself. Like, are you just doing it to do it, or do you have actually a plan with this? Because I honestly wouldn't listen too much to people who will tell you not do this because they will tell you I'll buy a pack, but you're that one person who's going to buy a pack from me because you like the way I'm doing the art. While there's the other 10,000 people that wouldn't buy the pack because they want it to look more professional. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I'm like, it doesn't make sense, and it's like if the community is trying to keep you within the pyramid of the community and not trying to let you go out there and do something. You know what I'm saying? Like one of the best example of TCG that is breaching beyond is I'll say Electro. You look at somebody like people like Electro TCG, the way they're going crazy about their thing is how you should aspire to go crazy about your thing. And let's face it, they don't chime in into the whole like obvious like if tomorrow you decide to do to the event because okay, guys, it's Pokemon. Okay, if you look at the art and the creatures and you tell me it's not Pokemon, I mean, it's Pokemon. Do I have something against it? No. But if you are to give me art that looks so much like Pokemon that I could actually tell you which Pokemon it's inspired of, and then you want to bash somebody because he's making a generic dragon out of AI, that you won't be able to be like, he looks like the dragon. No, it's just a generic dragon. He doesn't look like he comes from nowhere. He's just a generic dragon. You guys have to understand. You guys are like really picking your battles here because a lot of TCG are just straight up copies of everything. And Elestro, even though I like the way they're doing their stuff, I like the way they model their stuff. Elestro is like when it comes to art style and what the creatures look like, it's Pokemon. They're Pokemon. So they're Pokemons with different colors. Some of them are Pokemon. It's like if you take two Pokemons and mesh the parts together and change the colors. It's Pokemon. Come on. Like we're not gonna play this game. It's Pokemon. It's Pokemon. So when I see stuff like this, and I'm okay with this, I get mad when I see people objecting to the other side of stuff because you guys will go for lack of backgrounds or hand-drawn artwork that is straight up rip-off, and then be mad for people that use generic AI. It's not fair. Leave the little guy with his means to do what he wants to do. If he has a great game that he wants to push, let him push that great game. It's that simple. It's that simple. Like I can't stress this enough. Let the little guy do what he wants to do with his game. It's as simple as that. This is what AI was created for. This is what it was made for the people that do not have the resources, not for people to just think that they own a community and are going to make rules for a community that is based off being independent. You cannot make rules for an indie community. It is literally the base of the independency of it is that you're beyond the guideline. So for you guys to start putting walls and not let other people in for stuff like that, then it's like, what else are you guys are gonna put walls on? Because there's so much more than just this in play that will make it so that if you guys open this door, you guys are gonna fall into the trap where many other doors are going to open when you will find yourself one day not having access to. Because once this debate is over, a new one will come from this. So when you have a new one, it becomes a dangerous game. And you have people saying, okay, now that we have banned people using AI art, let's ban people using the same elements. We're tired of seeing TCG with fire, earth, water, and element. We're tired of this. We're tired of people using the name Galaxy or Souls or War or you know what I'm saying? Like let's ban people who are using the Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever or Pokemon mechanics because it's already been seen. Let's ban people who make cars and make planes because it's a magic thing. There's too many doors that could be opened from people blocking doors to anything else. It's a game that you guys want to sell to other people to enjoy. Make it enjoyable as much as you can. This is as simple as that. There's nothing else that can be said that is truer than this. If you understand the purpose of you doing this, you will understand, like, especially for those who want to sell it, because I'm gonna tell you, if you're making this out of passion, then don't put it on Game Crafted for people to buy it. Don't use excuse. It's just a hobby. It's passion, and if people want to buy it, it's not. No. Do not tell me that you're gonna go through a whole process of putting your artwork into Game Crafted, setting up your decks, putting out the whole, making your whole advertisement, setting up your page, buying a copy for yourself for proofread, testing your game mechanics for it to be a hobby. You're trying to sell it from. don't fall yourself short. If you're trying to sell a product, understand that this is what you're doing and understand who you're selling it to. You're not selling you're not selling it to the hardcore. The hardcore is going to buy regardless. You're selling it to the mass population, the mass people that are trying to line up at the convention just to get the nice new Pokemon card. This is who you're selling it to. Because it it's funny for me to see that we have a hard time selling new games to an audience that will go to the store and buy the same cards with new artwork on them. I've seen the Wolverine and Deadpool Magic the Gathering cards, and I've understood that these are the same cards that we would have before, with just a Wolverine slash Deadpool image on it. But the art, the fact that it's the name of Marvel associated with Magic Gathering, you put Wolverine instead of the Super Sacred Knight, is what makes people buy the same card again with just Deadpool instead of the Knights on top of it. So that being understood, I really hope you guys really get around it and understand that it's not for you guys to dictate the rules of a community that is based of being independent. It's not for you guys to belittle people who use this. If you guys want to encourage people to do to go about it in a more organic way and look for like artists and support local artists, I am all for that. But you cannot be out here supporting local artists and bashing other people because they're not doing that. Not everybody has the money. Like I am a graphic designer. Do you want to pay me to do your cards? Do you want to know how much it will cost you for me to draw your cards? Like most of us are using Game Crafted because we don't have to pay nothing until we have to pay for that prototype. So I don't see you guys understanding how much it would cost for it, especially as an artist. When you're an artist, you understand that you're trying to live. This is what you're trying to live. You have to pay bills. You're not gonna get charged like $20 for a drawing. You know that, right? Especially for a drawing that I know you're going to commercialize and send out there for multiple people to buy and have and walk around and have the chance to see your own artwork that you drew out there. There's a prize that comes with it, and it's a hefty price. What do you think most of these people that are using Kickstarters? If they're not drawing their own art, they have to go through Kickstarter because it's expensive. As of, but if it wasn't for that, people would be all over Chat GPT just rendering art. But there's a lot of games that we will never see or never get the chance to understand or even see because there's been a stigma around it. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be at all. It shouldn't be at all. My thing is this: the more games we have out there, the more cards we have in, the better it is for everyone. So you guys go out there and make your game how you want it. Make your game how you want it. There's no there's no stopping anybody that has a creative mind to do what they need to achieve. So push it, push it. Like it would be stupid for you not to put out what you have in your mind because somebody tells you that they don't like how you doing it. Is the game good? Is the art nice? Yes, okay. I don't care if the art was made by AI. Most of the art was not made by you. If you pay an artist, you didn't do the art. Why would I care that the AI did the art instead of a human being? I do not care. I do not care. People do not care when robot like when technology is taking care of other stuff for them. I'm an artist myself, and I will repeat it again. I'm an artist myself. I understand the point of view of it's gonna run out of job and whatnot, whatnot, and whatnot, whatnot. Listen, it is what it is. For everything is going to be replaced by something better eventually. If 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 not, you guys will probably be using flip phones right now. No, but everybody went for a smartphone because it was better, it was faster. It just is how us humans are. We have this thing called technology where we find every single way we can to make everything we do faster, better, easier. AI is part of that. So it just is what it is. Now artists they get mad about it. Why don't you rebrand yourself as an AI artist? How would you use AI to help you in what you need to do? Because you could be a good artist, but if you cannot draw everything perfectly, so how can AI help you with this? Like people see the tool as a replacement. We have created the tools to help us. A tool is made to help us. This is the reason why we don't use our fingers to knock down nails, right? We have created hammers, which are tools, to help us knock down nails. AI is a tool. So use it for everything. People will use like world end build to for their lore building. It's a tool. Game crafter is a tool, isn't it not? Like you, unless you wanna get mad at people for doing game crafter because it's too expensive, then you wanna go ahead and print your cards at home and then cut them by yourself and selling and ship them yourself using all your own resources, or you're gonna let game crafter, which is automated resource, do the thing for you. Cause I'm telling you right now, when you go on Crane Crafters and you order a pack of cards, it's not somebody that's out here physically printing your card. It's a machine that use the database that you give them to make your cards. So you have machinery programming doing the work that you could do. That's the difference between people on Kickstarter. People on Kickstarter have to find printing companies that are going to approach, try to make deals with them, trying to have them print a certain amount of card for a certain amount of price that is not going to be too expensive. For then after that, these people to then for them themselves to go collect these cards, and then after that, get your address, go through the whole process of finding out where you live, which postal service is better, or whatever. Use them to ship you these cards. And it's a whole process. So you cannot shit on a tool if you use the other one. You cannot shit on the artist if you respect another one. It's like me. There's a lot of good points I have with certain people. The other ones they're not negative. It's just improvement. I like the way Chaos Galaxy and Wrath of Core are constantly putting out product, constantly putting out, especially Wrath of Core is extremely active with the shorts. I like the way these guys are always overproducing and pushing themselves out there. You'll see one of them videos will probably have 10 views. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have 100. Listen, just keep, let it cook. Let it cook. Keep pushing, push it, push it, push it, push it. If you just keep pushing it, you will get to a point where pushing it is going to be like unstoppable for you, right? So you just have to keep getting there. Yeah, I'm on the crypto space. I'm on the crypto space. That's what I'm taking this to. But if you just keep pushing, you will get to a point where it's like you will see everything you work for come to something. There's nothing at all that should stop you from achieving those goals. Just keep pushing, let it cook. It's gonna be alright. So now, after Eagle Flex, Ivy and Snake, Fusion Reactor, Dual Bus. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'll show you. Let's see. There. Huh? Use Google to show you how to do this. Atom split image. calm now. There's there's something else also. I told myself I want to talk about is what makes it so that a TCG or a game creator is, how can I say it, successful. Mm, I'm, because the thing is this, right? I've been paying some attention to like some other people, right? And I feel like for some reason, one second, this is loud. Yeah. Okay, basically what my point was, for some reason I feel like a lot of like guys that used to post their videos about making TCGs are just like straight up switch to like just tutorials about other stuff. One second, let me just try to. Why can't I? No, this me out.
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a toolie tweaking, huh? Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head on her. She giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to.
So yeah, like I was saying, I seen a lot of creators that I was like watching transition from showcasing their cards to like just making game like big videos about opening booster packs and like showcasing other people's game. Like what happened to the whole motivation of people to just keep putting their things out, putting their things out, right? Like it is a hard thing to start a business. A harder thing to start a business from scratch. A harder even thing to make it on your own if you want to be an artist. Like, sometimes it makes me wonder, do people not understand the assignment when they're trying to give into themselves? Because it will become overwhelming at one point if you're trying to understand that like you are trying to make a business. It will become all the same time like sad and sometimes unmotivating if you guys act like you're doing this as a pastime and then the business aspect of it catch up to you when you see people gravitating like towards it and you have nothing to show for afterwards because you didn't know it was going to blow up that big. It is going to also hurt if you guys are trying to push it and you don't see the response because you guys will get under the impression that everybody can get as many viewers as the biggest TCG guy or whatnot, whatnot. What you guys need to understand is that it is nice to make cards. It is nice to understand how cards were made, but people in general are not that much caring about how the cards were made. They want to play the game. So the only thing that is in your favor is advertise that you have a game that came out in the most interactive way possible. Have you never noticed that, like, example, Yu-Gi-Oh commercials have these creatures like actually fighting and battling? Like, I think right now, just right now, I think because my algorithm is so much full of like TCG thing. There's a commercial about like a Magic the Gathering thing where there's a guy in space and he's like I came from nothing and whatnot, whatnot. Bitch, I know you ain't gonna fight nobody for in real life. You're just gonna come in the card and I have to place you down and tap you in and tap you out. And you're not, I have to imagine you fighting with people. I'm not gonna see you do none of that you showing in the video. You're not gonna be out here popping out the card and nothing. But it's appealing. So, my thing that I need to, my point is this. There is as much effort in pre-releasing the game as post-releasing the game. The amount of campaign, propaganda, commercial, like advertisement you need to build around your stuff is probably gonna be more time consuming than making the game itself. Because now making the game is dealing with using your own time, but at the same time living off expectation. Once you have it done and you need to advertise, now everything is in live. Meaning that you have to look for immediate response to the thing that you're coming out. You're not building anticipation in the sense that like you tell people like yeah, like I'm gonna do this and then you guys wait for the next and you have a few people that are watching your stuff. No, you are working with a live audience right now. You're advertising, like actively showcasing what you want to do. You're actively trying to get people to buy because your product is already out there for people to buy. So that is being taken in consideration. You have to understand that after the TCG is done, after your product is in made, regardless if it's TCG or board game or whatever comic book, you need to put effort into advertising. Saying this, I suck at advertising. I'm not giving you expert advice on how to advertise. I'm telling you what needs to be done because even me, I am lacking in this field a lot when I come to like release stuff. Like my comic book has zero advertising. I just release it and leave it at that. But I do not complain about how many issues I've sold because people are not aware that it's out there. So I see a lot of you guys making videos about like how to do this, how to do that, how to do this, how to sell your. It's good. You guys want to showcase how you're making your game. You guys want to showcase this. You guys want to showcase that. It's good, but you guys need to focus into selling. You guys need to sell because you guys are putting your stuff out there to be bought. So if you keep throwing yourself the idea that you're just doing it for the fun, you cannot be doing something for fun and then putting it out there for people to buy. Because even if I want to buy and invest because I'm a fan, I need to at least see some efforts into it. because as a fan, I'm not just buying the game. I'm buying the lore, I'm buying the story, and I'm buying also the fact that to see, do you believe in your own story? That's what I'm mostly interested in. I want to see how much love you have put into this. For example, I love anything related to Lord of the Rings because the lore of it, the similarity, like the way Tolkien has, he has made a whole English language. You get what I'm saying? Like there is effort based into it, like and the way it's being advertised, and all the media that comes off of it, like people, it makes you wonder why you are not born in Middle Earth. Literally, I love Naruto and I love all these things because of the way everything is being presented to me. It's like telling you like you guys, if you're not purchasing this, you're missing something. That's how they make you feel. That's how they make you feel like you're missing out on not partaking in whatever is going on. So this is the reason why I always say to people like once you have your product out, this is probably 50% of the hard work to have your product out. At least you have the product. Now that you have the product, focus on advertising that product. Focus on advertising that product as much as you can. You need to put it out there. You need to put it out there in a serious manner because this is how you're gonna make your bread and butter off of it, right? And this is what the whole goal has been for you anyways. So don't put yourself on the short leash. Don't undersell yourself. Advertise it. Put it out there. Don't switch up from being a TCG guy to now a TCG guide because your thing has not went too far, but you realize that YouTube advertisement is still giving you a little bit of money, so now you're just gonna make a bunch of video that talks about how to make a TCG. Like this is nice and all, but at the same time, you guys have to make sure that you guys understand that once it's out there, you have to act like it's out there. You have to push it. You have to, yeah. There's a brand that comes with it. You guys don't make out. You guys don't just do card backs to make a card back because the TCG needs a card back. It is your brand that is behind it. So how are you gonna push the brand? How are you gonna make sure that this being seen by the right people or by people just in general? Like it's a whole process that needs to be understood about the fact that it's a business that people are pushing, and it's like a lot of indie TCG creators don't understand that they're making a business or that they're trying to push a business because it's a passion of them, but you're trying to sell it to people, and when people are not buying it, it makes you feel like people are not interested into your little thing and idea, but it's not true because for myself, I watch so much TCG creator videos. I don't buy none of the games at all. Not because I don't want to support. I love watching the content, but as far as how appealing the game looks, to me it's all the same. To me, a lot of it is just the same. It's just people in their home making their trading card games that talking to me about resource systems and stuff that I personally don't understand or sometimes don't even care because I'm just a consumer. I want to know. I want to know why I should buy the game. What makes the game interesting? Not as a gameplay mechanic, but how am I going to be entertained by the game? Because that's one thing. Game mechanics is good. Of course, it's going to be appealing for your hardcore players, but people want to have fun when you buy a game. It is a game. Game is meant for entertainment. So you need to always remember that when you want to advertise your game, it's not by telling people like strictly we have a new game mechanics. People don't give a fuck about a new game mechanics. They've been playing with the same game mechanics over and over again. People want to honest. People want to know why would this be fun? Why would I need to invest time into this? Like what's in it for me? That's what people want. What's in it for them? If I buy your game, please tell me I'm gonna be entertained. Please tell me that I can have friends over and pull open a box of this and people gonna be like, oh my god, you got this? I've been waiting to play this. I've been seeing the commercials all the time. It looks fun as hell. That's what you want. This is what you want because you are selling a product. You are selling a product that is aimed at the mass consumer. Sorry. important to understand that it's a lot than just making the cards and posting videos on YouTube that comes with. And it's something I'm telling you guys because I'm learning this the hard way too. There is nothing I hate more than having to advertise stuff. I hate it. I don't. It's not something I enjoy. It's not my. It's never been my thing. But holy, do I understand the necessity of this? It is a necessary evil that I need to throw myself into. It's just how it goes, right? I cannot act like I'm over there doing something serious if I don't have all the other thing. And remember one thing, guys, like I told you before, is like we are indie, which means that you are competing with people that have marketing teams that can afford to pay for commercials on Google, on YouTube, and all that. Not us. Not us. So you have to double the effort all the time because you are constantly in the eye of whoever's looking for a new experience. And that's the thing people need to understand. Do not think that the consumer is not out there looking for a new experience. The consumer is definitely out there looking for a new experience. It is one of the main things they love to do is get new experience because they consume so much of the same thing over and over again that they are dying for that new experience. They want to know who is the next new genius. They want to find out what is the next thing to come out of somebody's mind. But you have to give them to them. You have to give it to them. So, my advice, sorry for repeating myself, understand that you're making a business. Treat it like a business. Be as cutthroat as anybody in business would be. Then you'll see people having fun. It's a hard thing to understand. The hardcore fans are not going to be the one that are going to push your business to the. You want to please them, of course, by giving them something all the time, but the hardcore fan is not the mass consumer. And in business, it is the mass consumer that you are trying to appeal to. It's as simple as that. You are going to hit a wall whenever you're going to trying to fight the system that you're trying so hard to enter because it's already been established by people and by things more ancient than us. So don't kill yourself trying to be the next rebel just to be the rebel people are going to talk about. There's no point in that.
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the
There's
lesson.
no point in that.
Don't call me out cause I really don't play. See no I end last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private day, yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime.
Make
if
sure
you want to.
that you know what you're doing. Be consistent with it. The rest is all about letting it cook. Okay. That little. Get one more cheerful. I honestly want to know what you guys think about the whole rip off thing, right? If I see a game that exactly is like Yu-Gi-Oh, but that is not Yu-Gi-Oh, maybe with different game mechanics, how how am I supposed to feel about that? Because like I said, that's my only little thing with the game Celestial per se, is that I see Pokemon so much, and regardless, somebody wants to say like, oh yeah, if it's inspired by Pokemon, yes, yes, I know, understand, I do understand, but I'm trying to understand how can people accept this but not the other thing, which is AI art generated. Because to me, if you give me a movie that's not Lord of the Rings but I act like it's Lord of the Rings, I'll just be like, well, why not get Lord of the Rings? When I see Celestial, I think about Pokemon. I recognize the effort that is being lit, and this is, and on the same time, it's one of the things that is the reason why I'm like so confused about the whole Celestial thing, because the effort that was put behind it, it should have looked like something different, like so significant, because there's games being done, and the thing is even the games remind me of Pokemon. So it's like, I hope it doesn't get like flagged or something. Like, if you guys already been through lawsuits, I'm sorry to hear that, but like, damn, damn, guys, like, you cannot be more biased than this if you tell me that Celestial is acceptable when it comes to artwork, but not AI. Cause that's levels beyond being like biased. Levels, levels.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Like this. I like this. Now I'm going to actually no, like this. No, no. about doing something, but I was like, eh.
Right away with me. I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes
Because
a
I wanted
lot.
to open
She'll
these
do it for
empty
the plot.
empty doors.
Stiff like an axle. I'm gon' let up.
Well,
Shots on the body, wasn't on the scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar. What's a 10 to? I'm
it's
real chill,
complicated.
crap body. Fat shit, chill top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stock on bitches on your profile, bitch. Don't call me crazy, like reminisce the bullshit. We've been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception.
Passion.
Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson.
So now,
Don't call me out cause I really don't
what
play.
should I
You
do?
know why
Chicken
I end
fry.
last night with a toolie
Because
tweaker.
I'm
Make
a
it seem
talk
like Drake. Only
multiple
say it one
streams
time
right
till you
now.
get pop. You think they glad for you, this
Multiple
shit fake.
streams. I'm gonna be
If you
honest
look
with you.
around, these
Like,
niggas
I'm
don't care.
streaming
What
on
about them bitches? You
3
think they
places.
fair?
I'm
First
on
time I had to admit, every
Twitch.
man for
I'm on
themselves. It's like
YouTube.
that, this shit clear. So I stay in
And
my
I'm gonna pump
corner,
that
go
fun.
to war when I need to till I'm about
I'm
40.
gonna pump
Fly
that
to
fun.
Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your
Don't
neck
take
and
it.
head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Drip.
I think I like it like that, to be honest. I seen the brush I downloaded.
That kind of go, since a nigga made it to the case, she ain't coming through. So double like I'm the only one you belong to. Trying to piece together memories and better. And it's been long that you've been gone, and I missed all. And yeah, I just smoke a lot. Time to die, she just so Jose can surely give a fuck. But all I give it for, I trust a bitch. You want some man or better. Bitch, tell me what the fuck's I'm into you. Niggas I know, all of us know. It's been a mix, I'm not true. Remember that? Nothing seem fair. Show emotion, you speak scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave. Yeah, all the fucking nigga leave. Yeah, won't come back for none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning through. Nothing seem fair. Show emotion, you be scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave. Yeah, all the fucking nigga leave.
I'm thinking of making a
Won't
gap in
come
home
back
to
for
chef,
none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long.
but at the same time,
She likes I don't give
no,
a fuck. Cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I
I'm
hang
gonna
out with
put a
beast and upper. Why be with them? Cause I'm
add-on.
one of them. He ain't on
What
shit
kind of
but
add-on?
ducker. Soft, smelly sauce of butter. Kid that I
Well,
be pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby letter. I've been a man, etc. Gave you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I might have fucked round. Let a nigga know you mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop till she down the drive. If I drop, she told the 9. Consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember
they're
that.
two to one team. I don't know.
Nothing seems fair. Show most should be scared. Nigga should leave air. All the fuck nigga leave air. Won't come back for none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning. I don't even know to shoot it up. If your heart's crossing back for me, show my show it.
Oh yeah, where is this? I'm looking at it. Yeah, I'm down there. So, so we have 3 hours. What's my plan? Okay. So, I was thinking about blowing up its head. Or
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Uh, we about to use AI. Yes, sir. I'm gonna use Poe. I'm gonna use Poe. Poe is a different beast. So I get to see this. Let's go. Oh, I didn't talk about DNA. This is what I'm telling you when it comes to like AI. You need to use AI, bro. If you wanna prototype some stuff, yeah, bro. Don't let people tell you otherwise, bro. I'm gonna just go to the bathroom real quick.
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen a YN last night with a two-lead tweaker, huh? Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head on. She giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Drip.
Okay. Hmm. Honestly, I know what I'm gonna do. I've been used a lot of these. Let's duplicate this. Give it a more. Nice. Tiny. Merge with layer below. We'll go here. Use that. Those galaxy. Stable. What I want is
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beasts and upper. White be with them
Why not just randomize this shit?
Nothing seems special. Me
Random.
should be scared. Snake should leave air. All fuck nigga leave air. Won't come back for none. Maybe if it's you. Bad for way too long. Cause I'm spending all
All I see is this. It's not random.
Jack's got nothing to do with this. Recently I got me love your bad. Still I play again, take a hold of that. Shit pan name, do double back. New girl, news back, get another match. We name Mr. Waterman. She a whole crusade, everybody watch. Move fast, fast, and give me pain, me now you sing, girl. How you a look pan another man? You so tight like rubber band. Girl, man, got me head car program. Get chook and trust some load and two in the car run away. Leave your jeans and call me. Take trip down south to a sunny place. Need you now, I don't wanna wait. How many, how many? 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 Since I met you, my tuggish ways I to put it. Like, put it on you. I know this is important. Cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's nothing no way at all. I am the man. Don't have none, I got it all. Cause of you, I'll make it through the day. Belong to you. But choose it different. By your eyes, I see the bliss. I'll make it cool, misbehave. Only the stars can match your gaze. Give you this baby that you crave. How many, how many? 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 How many, how many?
Look. As basic as I can make them when it comes to these top cards. We want save as PNGs.
I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it
One of
takes a
something
lot.
else
She'll do it for
I would suggest people to do.
like an excellent.
For example, somebody like Rafa Course, right? If you plan like the thing I said earlier, you should try to do it. If people don't like you using AI to filter your own art, even though it's your own art, right? I would say use AI to make the line work of your own art. It should give you the exact same drawing that you did, but it will just make those straight black lines that you want to look for, probably for your symmetrical like imagery of what you want, right? I say do that, and then after that, go from there. If people are really too adamant to the point where they're not gonna like They're
tell them
like
just
they're
wait.
not gonna buy
See
your
the
stuff, but they're gonna
lesson.
stop buying for
Don't
those
cut
who
me
are
out
already
cause I
buying
really
your
don't
stuff.
play.
If people
See
are
know
really
why I
gonna
ain't
be
last
like
night with
that,
the toolie
I
tweaking.
would
Huh,
say
make it
yeah,
seem like
you
Drake.
try
When they say
try
one
your
time for
hand
you hip hop,
into
you think they glad for you. That shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What
like
about them
just see it.
bitches? You think
If
they
people are
fat?
really like
First
that
time I
and
had to
people
admit,
stop
every man
buying
for
your
themselves.
stuff,
It's like that. This shit
then
click.
this is
So
where you're
I
gonna
stay in my
unfortunately
corner,
find out that
boys
people
war
were
when I
not
need to
actually
turn
real
back
fans of what
forwards.
you're doing.
Flex it to them just
It's just
because
as
and no
simple
one
as that,
knows
right?
I'm with the shorty.
But
Crack shots, back
I
shots,
would
mama,
highly
you know the
recommend
drill. We did
I
this
would highly
before.
recommend for you to
Spit in
at
your
least
mouth,
try
grab
it,
up your neck and head her,
because
huh? She giving me
it costs
waters.
nothing to
Private
try it.
area, I'm feeling
You know what I'm
Keely
saying?
by
Like
my
it's
PC. I'm up to
try
up
it.
to. Come
Try
true,
it.
baby. I break off your back
Don't get
nighttime,
brought down
daytime
by
if you
people
want
who's
to,
gonna
want to.
spit on your idea or whatnot. Like you
Drip.
are just the fact that you've been playing with it, that you've been wondering, that you went to the as far as to put your own thing into AI program just to see what you would do. Personally tells me that you've been playing with the idea to the point where you want to see what it could do. So I would say go see what it could do. If you want, I would say like just grab 10 cards, get them fully rendered. If you don't want to do it like you were doing, just do it a different way or just render the line work so you can at least still play with the other parts. Well, personally, I'd say people shouldn't have anything to say, especially specifically knowing that this is already your original art. And you have AI just it's like if you take your art and you make it, you put a nice filter on top of it. Like if you get an app that is basically like it says it's a rendering filter, but it's not AI. It's just a filter that renders your stuff. Like it's the same thing. You didn't use AI to make your you know what I'm saying? Like I'd say go for it, brother. Go for it. Go for it. Full time. Like, if anybody listening to this, I just say, go for it, guys. Like I said, when it comes to like card games, like I wouldn't buy Chaos Galaxy right now. But like I said, I'm wanting to see what Evil Verse is going to look like, and I still enjoy the process. I'm a creator, so I still enjoy the process. You will still get the views from, but I still have to see where this could lead to. Just leave it as man right here. But it does not take away, that will not take away from the fact that I've seen these guys completely outwork everybody else. Like just the fact that guys, like I'm saying how it goes. I have 185 blessings and curses done. Actually, 186 because my I always starts with zero, which means that since I start with zero, I have 108 morsels done. I'm not even nearly close to put out anything on Game Crafters. And I just found out that a lot of guys' base sets are like 50 cards, or sometimes like the most I've seen was like 90 cards or 104. I'm already way past that number, and I'm not ready to put out cards yet. This is how to tell you, like, I'm not doing as much as I want to do. I'm being outworked for sure, for sure, for sure. Like, look at this nice AI background. I just put my character inside the reflection mirror, zoomed in a little bit so that you can see the reflection. Put the other character, which is the same guy but just different faces. And yeah, like everything goes neat and well. What are you? Stop. Because really, when this will be done, all my blessings will be done. I just need to focus on the least. But it's a lot. Next one supposed to be a brand new thing. 100%. I watch all you guys. I subscribe to Ignaris, Wrath of Court, Luchidi, Mystic Island, Shard, for sure Shard TCG with all the tips he's giving. Uh, Kingdom TCG. Look, I'll just show you. Man, I'm trying to sit out of my memory, but I really can't. And if I go to my YouTube, right, and I go to who I am subscribed to, see, look, my subscription is already. Show more. You see this? Like my thing is all dedicated to like like Mystic Island, Dynasty, Ignorance, Celestial, Fortune card game. He's making his own. They have their own. Most of these guys, like this is one of the I love Land Fight. Even though I feel like Land Fight is somebody I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like all of his cards are done with AI. When you just look at the cards, it just looks fully AI. But I have nothing against it. It looks like a great game. Great game. You know what I'm saying? But I follow all these guys, because all these guys are currently in the process of making TCG, or either are game developers or streamers that are all into game making and whatnot. And like everybody's getting their fair share of subscription from me because I enjoy all this content. But at the same time, I love to see where people are taking that specific content, right? Like I want to know that you guys are like really dedicated to it. I need to see that you guys are really putting efforts to it. I wanna know that you guys are like really putting your soul into that. But at the same time, it also comes with how professional and how good it looks like. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't just be out here telling myself that like I'm gonna be one of these guys that's making something, but I'm not putting the effort to actually like get something going, right? So when I see all these guys and they have packs already available game crafted, and I go on game crafted and I see you guys' game, I'm really motivated. And I plan eventually when my thing's gonna go great, I want to make a collection of every single one of these games, including like I do not like I said, I'm not gonna be interested in Chaos Galaxy, but regardless of backgrounds or not, I will purchase Evilverse because unlike Chaos Galaxy, I was physically there when I say physically there, I'm sorry, in my present day is when he started to make these videos about Evilverse. As of Chaos Galaxy, I stumbled upon these videos and found out like that he's been working on it, and now I have more the impression that I'm actually not involved, but I'm following the process from the start. Just the same as I'm doing with the dark comedies. So with that, that is for sure something I want to do. I also have my eyes on Ignaris. I love the artwork. Wrath of Gore, I am only seeing how well you're progressing into your work, and I'm getting more empty every time because I love how you're dedicated to your craft. And all you other guys, Kingdom TCG, like bro, like all you guys that are doing your thing, Shard TCG. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie. Them Angels and Demons deck. Hey boy, you guys are doing something. I love the artwork. I love how like you know what I'm saying. It's just like the whole resource system gets to me sometimes, but it's just about like knowing how to learn the game properly and what you can understand, right? So off of all of the information I've seen, as soon as I will get to have more time not working with this, where I can actually take some more time to look at what these other guys are doing, I'll be able to really more like put my foot down and have the time to just actually like play and enjoy this TCG. So for now, I am just doing this, doing this, and doing that. So Yep, yep, yep. Mhm.
Nothing seems
Okay.
special, most should be scared. Snakes should leave air, all fuck nigga leave
Okay.
air. Won't come back for none, maybe if it's you. Bad for way too long, call I'm spinning. Gotta even know to shoot it up if your heart's crossing back for me. Show my show when I saw you up there. They will find you, yeah. That dreams of ours were better. I'm telling none of this shit, you better remember that.
Hmm. Hmm. Mm, mm. Yeah, I know I have something.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Reason me I can't me love your bad. Still I play game, take a hold of that. Shit pan name, though double back. New girl use back at another match. We name Mr. Waterman. She a whole crusade, everybody watch. Move fast, and give me pain, me not using girl. How you a look pan another man? You so tight like rubber band. Girl man, got me head car program. Get chook and trust some load and two in the car run away. Leave your dreams and call me. Took trip down south to a sunny place. Need you now, I don't wanna wait. How many, how many? 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 How many, how many?
Are you so far?
Since I met you, my tuggish ways I to put it. Like, all it on you. I know this is important. Cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's nothing no way at all. I am the man. Don't have none, I got it all. Cause of you, I'll make it through the day. Belong to you. But choose a different way. By your eyes, I see the bliss. I'll make it cool, misbehave. Only the stars can match your gaze. Give you this baby that you crave. How many, how many? 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 Reason me I can't me love your bad. Still I play game, take a hold of that. Shit pan name, though double back. New girl, news back, and another match.
And mhm. Okay, get this hand a little bit. Let me get this one.
Right away with me. I hope you know how to serve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot.
Yes.
Stiff like an axle. I'm gon' let up. Shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm road, your cry about it. If I cheat, she'll talk about it. Birkins, I lie about it. I'm about it. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. On the road, stacking bitches on your profile. Bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit. We've been together. Was it worth it? Go see me forever. Ride away with me. I hope you know how to serve it. I keep it calm and
Go.
collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot.
playing with that.
Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. See no I end last night with a
So,
toolie
so,
tweaking.
so.
Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake.
So,
Look around, these
so,
niggas don't
so.
care. What about them bitches? You think they
So,
fed?
so.
First time I had to admit every man for themself. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Drip.
Okay. Yes. Okay. This.
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beast and upper. White be with them, cause I'm one of them. He ain't on shit, a tucker. Soft, smelly sauce or butter. Hitting out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby litter. I've been a man, etc. Can't feel the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you're mine. Ain't no time to take a time.
What about these?
If I drop you told the nine, consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember that.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Like rubber band, girl man got me at car program. Get choke and choose some load and two in the car run away. Leave your dreams and call me. Take trip down south to a sunny place. Need you now, I don't wanna wait. How many? 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 How many?
This. Yeah. It's small. Don't even notice all the.
Cause I'm fruit lit the candle lights. There's nothing over here at all. I am the man. Don't have none, I got it all. Cause of you, I'll make it through the day. Belong to you. But choose a different by your eyes, I see the bliss. I'll make it cool, miss me. Only the stars can match your kiss. Give you this baby that you crave. How many, how many? 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 How many,
I'm
how
gonna tell
many?
you one thing.
How many, how many? How many,
It is fun to draw on your own art. It is extremely fun. Time consuming but fun. So if you guys are to draw your own art, make sure people respect it. Okay, make sure people respect it. Okay, don't sell yourself short. You are a talented artist, or a talented creator, or an inspiring talented artist. Take yourself seriously. Take yourself really seriously. You'll find that taking yourself seriously has more beneficial results than to trying to just let people decide if they like what you're doing. Take yourself seriously from now. You will gain everything there is to gain with it. Because it's by not allowing people to laugh at you when you tell them you're a card game designer that you will understand. Because that's one thing I realized too. A lot of people, especially in the indie space of whatever genre, you guys are so into the idea of this being a hobby that you're not realizing that we're surrounded by people who will tell you first and foremost this is a hobby, while at the same time consuming other people's hobby. Example, being a comic book creator, the conversation I had to have with ex-girlfriends or parents or whatnot when it came to why are you doing this? Waste of time. Best example, my girlfriend. My girlfriend, one of my ex-girlfriend. She used to see me drawing comic books. I had a job. She used to see me writing comic books and used to tell me that I need to like, even though she used to recognize the talent in drawing that I had, she used to be like, well, why would you waste your time in this and not just do like a series or a novel or no. Or at one point, because at first she was trying to play the whole I'm supporting, I'm supportive, but I don't like the comic book thing. I just want a different medium, but I'm supporting of the art. Then it became it's kind of a waste of time until I had to break down to her because she used to say like, "Oh, you're always drawing your cartoons." That's how she used to always say, "Yo, you still drawing your cartoons? You never want to do nothing. You just want to draw your cartoons. Like you grow, man, child." She used to joke around about the thing, man, child. You draw your cartoons. Then she'll want me to go spend time with her to have a little Netflix night. You wanna know what her favorite Netflix show used to be? The Walking Dead. Imagine her surprise when I told her The Walking Dead was first and foremost a comic book. You know what the talk became? Well, you need to put more energy into doing what you're doing your thing. You're taking too much time. It's too slow. It's not going as good as I am. When she realized that she was consuming a comic book product herself, then the narrative came to, oh well, you should be doing more with what you have in hand. Like if she was the one who knew how to actually like produce a panel, if I were to sit her and do produce panel, she'll be like, I don't know how to do this. But witnessing people that are more successful will make people understand that there's a business behind it, but then they will still fall short of realizing how time consuming and important it is to just be good at what you're doing and making sure that your craft doesn't go all the way everywhere, right? Which is the reason why I'm telling you guys, the consumer doesn't have the same view of you as the creator. Some people beside you are super consumers and they don't even know they are consumers because it has been presented to them in a different format. Now, a lot of people will watch things like The Walking Dead and associate that to a comic book because it is not presented to them in a comic book format. It's presented to them in a TV show format with actors that they tend to recognize as something more adult in their sense, not knowing that everything they're watching is just screenplay straight off of a panel. So when you have that in mind, this is when everything changed. When I started to understand this, because a lot of it came from me too. Because off of having people being shaming me or whatnot, being not seeing the potential that I saw in what I was doing, when people used to ask me what I was doing, because I quit everything, start my job and all, just to dedicate myself to being a full-time graphic designer and just trying to make a living off of this. It took me a while to understand that because the idea of making a living of drawing and being a graphic designer and whatnot is so still is strange to some people that it took me a while to understand that like it comes down to how you present yourself also. So when people used to ask me what I was doing as a living, even though I had fully taken the decision to just trying to live off being a designer and an artist, I used to tell people, well, I'm in between jobs. I'm just looking for something right now. I'm trying to make a. Right now, what I do is a little 1-2 gig here and there just to make ends meet. I try to find people that want logos and design logos for them. And then I realized that it's because I'm pushing that narrative to myself that it's not that serious, that the results will not be taken that serious. Until one point, somebody asked me what I was doing, and I was so far and so into my TCG making that just the thought of everything that I've done, all the work that I put into it, was so something that I seen as something that was time efficient and that I was spending as much hours as somebody, even sometimes more as somebody that's working a 9-to-5 job. I just looked at that person and directly tell them I'm a card game designer, I'm a board game designer. And then once the person asked me that one little question, oh, how does that work? And I could tell them the process of how I'm making my stuff and everything. I realized that the whole idea behind building a business is at the same time how serious you take yourself. Because people will see you do what you're doing. But if you do not have that aura around you where when people ask you, you can tell them straight up, yeah, this is what I do. How do you want people to then take you as serious as you want to see it if you don't yourself are ashamed to tell people this is what you do, this is what you want? So now, when people ask me what do I do, I just tell them straight up, I am a graphic designer / game designer. And the conversation that emanates from that and the things that I have to show for when they ask me when can they see what I'm doing, if I'm streaming anything, is a whole different conversation because I approach it with confidence. I look at people like, yes, this is the same reason that the same way I told myself this is what I want to do as a living. I approach it to people like, yeah, you inquired about my business. This is my business, and this is what I do. So off of that, the response that people have is way more different. And if you approach it as if like, yeah, I have this little hobby and then I'm into it, and then yeah, I just trying to see where this is going. I'm not trying to see where graphic design will take me. I'm taking myself where I want graphic design to take me. This is the difference. You have to dedicate yourself to open a business, label yourself, look for customers, and meanwhile when you don't have, push your personal agenda. It's not because you don't have any all the time somebody looking for a logo or whatnot that you should not push your personal agenda, especially if it benefits the business that you want to inquire about, right? So when you're able to push that narrative that what you're doing it for real, and you're doing it in a serious way, the customer and everybody around you will see it that way as something serious that you're building. because the whole world, we are surrounded with medium that are being consumed day by day. It's just hard for the little people that are trying to start their own little franchise to recognize that. Therefore, they don't see themselves as doing the same thing, which is, in my opinion, counterproductive. You need to see yourself as not the next Marvel, but as another competitor that's already out there with Marvel and DC. You don't look at yourself as the future Magic the Gathering. Look at yourself as whatever you are already, and tell yourself that you're already competing with Magic the Gathering. Because to aspire to be the next one is to not aspire to beat the next one. That's how I see it. I do not want to be the next LeBron James of comics or whatever. I want to be the first Caspi. I want to be the first of this. I want to be the first into that specific field. That's the reason everybody should aspire to bring their thing. Obviously, you want to model yourself after those who have done it and done it successfully. But if you model yourself too much, you will see their success as your own failures. You will think that you have done the same thing that these people have done. Therefore, if you see these people being somewhere that you're not, you will give yourself that little pressure of how come I'm not there if I did the same thing that they've done, which is really not true because you have done the work just in a different way. So don't be out here calling yourself the future this or future that. Just apply what you know and apply what you taught yourself and apply all these little things that you want to get done. It's only so much of you that you can give out there. I suggest you just give it all. Especially in a tough environment like this, where everything is based on your own personal results of the thing, you want to set yourself apart. You want to outdo everybody around you. And this is what you need to always do: outclass, outmatch everyone. Because it's a constant state of competition. If you tell yourself that you're trying to sell your cards to only fans of your game, this is where you lose it. Because we were not growing up just fan of one game, right? We like different games for one they could appeal to us. So keep that in mind. We're gonna add some strings to this. I want to add some string to this.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Merge invisible and actually, whoa. I'll tell you this. Okay. So I'm going to just put some small separation here between the fingers. Mm-hmm.
Since I met you, my tongue swears I to put it. Like, put it on you. I know this is important. Cause I'm fruit like the cannabis. There's nothing no real.
Duplicate this. Duplicate. Add some. I like to multiply. Add little thing. Merge with the layer below. Can I get this? Like this? Be something different. I just wanted to see. We're not gonna do it like this. We're gonna do the circles. I like the circles. The soft circles. Yeah. Brush size. What's the brush size? Particle size. Put some glue on it. Yeah. Like this one. You know what I'm saying? There's this copy. Save.
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play.
I know I did a lot of rambling about AI, but that struck a chord. Yeah, alright, things struck a chord. I can't lie. Because I've been around a lot of people that just they want to do something, they don't have the creative skills, and they ask me, "Can you drive for me?" And I'm like, "Bro, I don't have the time to drive for you. Even if you would love to pay me, because I have to get this done. But let me show you how you can get this done for yourself." Because nobody that has a great idea that wants to be a creative mind should have to wait after somebody else to draw stuff for them. Especially now when technology has made it so that you can have it done by yourself, and then after that have the community to look at you and be like, you're not putting your effort because you're not a drawer. Come on now. Most of us are not manufacturers, and we get somebody else to manufacture it, so I do not see the issue here. One thing I will tell you I like about making curses and blessings is the fact that for most of them, it's well, all these cards are 6 times the same thing, except for the last tier. Like the last blessing, the last curse is never the same effect, but for every like for elemental nature, but for every other one is the same. Makes it so that it's faster to do because it is 6 times the same effect. Like you see, War Souls will gain ×3 attack after dice during 1 turn. War Souls will gain ×3 attack after dice during 1 turn. It's the same effect. Sometimes it comes with different artwork, but most of the time it is the same artwork. So this is what I like. This is the reason why this is less annoying to do for me as war souls, because war souls are just completely separate, different entities, every single one of them, unless it's an alternate artwork, which makes it so that the complication, like, I'm happy if I did like 5 to 6 war soul in a day, I'm happy, and that was a productive day. I can easily do 30 blessings a day. 30, easy. Just of how it's supposed, how I modeled the way I'm going on about it. Easily. I can easily do 30 blessings in a day. So that being said, this is the reason why I like the process of doing this like faster. But all that, it is still time efficient and consuming. Since I started the day, I did 3 separate cards. I did the fracture. No, I did those ones, and those ones. Yep, 3 different ones. Now make sure that this one is different. Yes. Okay. At least I'm getting closer to 200, so I'm telling you by the end of the day, where am I right now? By the end of the day, I'm gonna be finished with this. Yeah, because it was taking me time because I had to write, but as I told you, I wrote down, I made all my card templates. Like I'm gonna do that with the curses too. I'm gonna do every single one templates of the first page, do the cards, and yeah, because that's 300 blessings. All my blessings are done. See 299 because I start with 0. This is 300 blessing cards. Ex Nihilio, Kana, Augmente, okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. It is harder for me to do artwork for these type of cards because they're so generic. And it's like, bro, like I'm trying to not have everything the same. For example, I have this card that was really hard to come up with because one of them is a Bastion, but the other one that is basically the same thing is a where's the wall? Where is it? Where is it? Right here. So to change it, I added the guy that was about to go inside. So, this is one of my favorite, right? Where is it? Oh, I can't really show it like this because whatever, but actually no, let me show you one of these. I like, just because of the cleverness of this, I'll show you this one. See this card right here? Here's this guy running towards all the X. As you can see, there's X Beelzebub over here, right? Because, and you see same card for El Nati, sell card for Abis, but when it comes to Beelzebub, he is not there no more. He is instead here, and is not being replaced by no one because these are all X. It's not like on this card he is somewhere else. He is not there. It's only Beelzebub because he is an X. So I think about those little things sometimes, right? Now, for these cards, you know what I would like? I have an hourglass already, do I? I do have an hourglass, I think so. I know I downloaded it, but never put it down.
approach your crap body, fat shit, your top body, Birkins, I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it.
This is the one thing I'm telling you, it's a harsh thing to do. So try to remember what kind of, well, not trying to remember, just trying to think of like, because it's hard to conceptualize something like that if it's just.
Keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for
I usually just think about the effects that they have.
Misconception.
Have something for this though. Have something for this for sure.
You know I end last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say one time till you get pop, you think they glad for this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed?
Have I used Close already? I did not. I know I used this Close. I think I did use this Close. That's a lie. Somewhere there's this Close. It's not a duplicate. I know that, but it is Close. I see right here. Cool.
She giving me more private area. I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime. If you want to.
I have no idea what I would put right there, to be honest. By reading the effects again. Morsels will gain 3 times life band during 3 turns. So let's say read a character see. Because how?
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits, I hang out with beast and upper, white be with them, cause I'm one of them, he ain't on shit, a tucker, soft, smelly, sauce, the butter, kidding out the pain, I'm better, back to the us like a baby litter, I've been a man, etc., give you the world, no extras, poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round, let a nigga know you're mine, ain't no time to take her time, whoop, she down the drive, if I drop, she told the 9, consequences of romance, it's fine, remember that.
Fire engine. Butterfly. Ooh, coin bag. I'll get a coin bag. Shit, I don't know. I remember one time I put TCG and I was shown something that was crazy.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Used to be a here you go.
Like rubber band, got me at car program. Get choke and choose some
get it. I'll get it next month. I know it's not necessary. One second. Now that I think of it. Is it pause? Oh, gosh.
Since I met you, my childish ways had to put it. Like, put it on you. I know this is important. Cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's none of it at all.
Hmm.
I am the man. I got it all.
I thought of something.
I'll make it through the day. Belong to you. Could choose a different fight.
Put some coffee in the pot.
I'll make it come, misbehave. Only the stars can match your gaze. Give you this baby that you crave. How many, how many? 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 Piece of me out, got me love your bad. Still I play again, take a whole of that. Shit funny and don't double back. New girl, new spark, and I know that much.
Yep. Be right back. Let me just.
Ride away with me. I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. I'm gon' let up. Shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm road your curb body, fat shit your top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stock on pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we've been together. Was it worth it if it goes me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a two-leaf tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil' Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill, we did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my piece, yeah, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime, if you want to. Drip. The kind of go aces, a nigga made it to the case, she ain't come
Yeah, yeah. I'm with that. I'm with that for sure, for sure, for sure. Wow. What up, like so? So, to get back to this, I had the idea of making somebody holding three actual cards in his hand from the card backs, but I don't want to do that. And I'll do that for the fans. What I need to do is mm, ooh, I have an idea. This is what rule game three lifespan, three times lifespan, right? Let me get this guy right here. No, no. Okay, I have it. I finally have it open. I am now. Palms three. Lionel of the creation. And I'm going to apply this light source. Remove this and give them that Jesus that guy. I'm going to make this kind of dark, guys. I will tell you right now. Because as I'm going about it, I'm being inspired by some shit. So, I cannot find right here. Here we go. Now, I'm going to.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
See, look up in the sky. Oh, actually, no. Manga perspective. I love a good manga perspective. I don't know. Something that will symbolize life, right? Is there a flower that symbolizes life? Let me check if there's a flower that symbolizes life right now. I'm gonna check right now. people watching the stream. What's up to the people on pump? Yes, sir. Ooh. I know there's a flower of life. What about a flower that symbolizes like a conventional flower that symbolizes I don't know much like because I mean, it's a thing. Let me see. Let me ask ChatGPT. What is a what object is a symbol of life?
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. See no why I
Hmm.
last night with a two-lead tweaking. Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped.
Even though it's kind of biased because they just gave me a DNA. Let me see if I can get a DNA. DNA in 3D, my friend. I just put DNA to call it DNA. Yeah, they did. Oh, this one is sexy. But I like the other one too. This is like more, but this is like cartoon-ish. Yeah, I like this a bit better. I like this one. For the sake of what I'm trying to do, I like this one a bit better. I'm gonna wait for this to be ready. Go get this coffee, and I'm gonna put making stretch DNA. Oh, triple it. DNA. Yeah. Tier TCG maker. Really God tier TCG maker. So let me see, do I have it? Yes, I do. God tier TCG maker. Let me get this. Oh my god. Wait, what? What was that? Wait, what just happened? Oh, I was making it rotate. It was making me trip. I was like, bro, what's going on? Watch this. Convert layer. Duplicate. Remove the layer only. Edit. Transform. Scale rotate. Smaller. Over here. Boom. Copy. Paste. Transform. Scale. Smaller.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
see if I can. If I didn't lose too much,
Since I met you, my tuggish ways had to put it, like, put it on you. I know this is important, cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's nothing to read at all. I am the man, don't have none like I
whoa,
at
whoa,
all.
calm too.
I'll make it through the day, belong to you. But choose a different by your eyes, I see the bliss. I'll make it
Small.
cool,
Let's
let's
give
be
it a take.
only the stars can match your gaze. Give you this baby that you crave. How many, how many? 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 How many, how many?
Okay.
She said me okay, got me love your bad. Still I
Multiply.
feel like you take a whole of that. Shit for me and don't
65.
double back. New girl, new spark, and I know that much.
I want to leave it like this, but not too much. I would put it at like 75. No, a bit more. I like a little bit of the dark shade it has into it. So 85. Right there below. We're going to add something we haven't put in a while, right? The glitter bloodstain. Bloodstain or glitter? I'll put glitter.
I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axle. I'm gon' let up. Shots on the body. Wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar. What's a 10 to? I'm road your crap body. If I cheat, you'll top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body. Gun soldier say less. Still talk too much.
That was too much. But something tell me that it might actually be nice. Fitting it. Yeah. For some reason, I really like this. I tell you, it's not hard. It's really simple. But once it's done, right? Copy. Ex nihilo. Yeah. Nice.
See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. Seen a YN last night with a two-lead tweaker, make it seem like Drake. Only say one time till you get pop, you think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that.
It's always nice to see that you're progressing in whatever you're doing, right?
Till I'm about 40. Flight to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with the shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to.
That's one thing. The light listings sometimes get a bit too light, and the bright darkness, like the red ones, are so dark. Good gracious Lord, they are dark, darker than a darker, blacker than a blacker, and darker and darker and darker. Save. Sometimes I used to do this. Give me a little bit. Super finish. however it needs to be adjusted right now.
I've been a man, etc. Gave you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain,
Look,
I'm out of fuck
I'm already
round. Let
close
a
to
nigga know you
400.
mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop, till she down the drive. If I drop, she told the nine. Consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember that.
Three, four, five, six. Let's make sure we did not. Okay, now it's another multiplier. It's a lot of multipliers. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's a lot of multipliers. But it will bring us to 100. We will not be able to. I myself presume that by the end of my, I finished. I start working every day at 6. I do this from 8 to 6 every day, right? Well, Monday to Friday I do this from 8 to 6. Saturday I do this from 8 to 2. So as of where I'm starting, and I started there, but I started this late still. So I started this over here. I'm gonna finish. By the time I'm finished, I'm gonna be at least at 250.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
He's gonna be at 250. So past 250, we're gonna 250. Which one is this? September onwards. So. Thank you for the view, man. Thank you for the view, man. I'm hosting. I'm a moderator. I want to put some arcane. Oh, Sanan Kakun. Yeah. Give me something crazy like this, though. Like, yeah. Where you at? I don't see it, though. Oh, shit. Shoot. I don't. Here we go. No. We're gonna leave you for now because we're gonna put Shannon Kalkun on to work this out, friend of mine. Okay, different shades. Character. Yeah, for sure. Get my guy. And give this guy one of these pauses that we need. Get him to just, you know what I'm saying, be looking like he casting. Get him to be looking like he casting, bro. Not like he told it. Tony spells? What?
In the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 I'm real chill, cry about it, fat shit, chill top body, Birkins, I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stacking bitches on
Hell yeah.
I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot.
Shoot.
Misconception.
So
Body a
this
nigga, I
need
told him
this to
just
be a
wait.
bit more.
See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a two-leaf tweaking. Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Drip. She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beasts and upper. Why be with them, cause I'm one of them. He ain't doing shit, a ducker. Soft, smelly sauce of butter. Hitting out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby litter. I've been a man, etc. Give you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you're mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop, till she down the drive. If I drop, she told the nine. Consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember that.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Selected layers. We're going to add some gold to the niggas. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh. I have an idea. I'm going to unbalance them. With KD nigga. Merge with a layer below. You gonna merge it with a layer below? selected this. And go over there. Audience. This one now. We're gonna go underneath it as a flow. I cannot. Actually, I can. Don't suck, but I actually can. So do I want to do this way or not? Actually, duplicate this one. Darken it to multiply it. Ooh. I need that multiply. Yep. Nice. Jesus. No, let's do it that way. 60. Yeah, obviously you won't put the circles, but merge with layer below. Put some circles on that motherfucker.
Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the
Glow on it.
Don't cut me out cause I really don't
Damn it.
play. See no why I last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit
make
fake.
it nice.
Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Like the Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots,
Nice.
you know
What?
We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head on her. She giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to.
I'm loving this. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm loving this. Sir. I really like this card. So I'm saying that I like certain cards from the beginning, but this one I really like. I actually do. A little extra flow tool.
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beast and upper. Why be with them, cause I'm one of them. He ain't on shit, a ducker. Soft, smelly sauce, the butter. Hitting out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby litter. I've been a man, etc. Give you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop, till she down the drive.
do
If I love you
this.
told the nine, consequences of romance, it's fun. Remember that.
50. Even 50, I think is too much. Yeah.
Nothing seems special, most should be scared. Snake should leave air, or fuck nigga leave air. Won't come back for none, maybe if it's you. Bad for way too long, come and spend I don't even know to shoot it up if your heart's crossing back for me. Show my show when I saw you up there. They will find you come here.
103. Told you. Honestly, the lack of background is what's pushing this to a better team. Sure. Ooh,
Jack's got nothing to do
that's
with
the
this.
immune. Okay. Let me get a syringe. Let me get a fucking syringe. Ah, you're right, syringe. Oh, I'm just retarded. Heavy slang. Oh. Too bad I'm not paying 300k. You know how expensive they think you are for this, but eventually probably. For 10 Clippy, come on now. I'm getting it. What? Antique? Come on now. They're just 10 Clippies. Mmm! Eventually. I'm not gonna lie, guys. You guys are about to do the most cheating stuff in a single object. And this is the reason why I like 3D, because when it comes to 3D assets, it's not per se like, obviously it's the model made by somebody else, but it's the 3D model of something that is regular. Like a syringe is not going to look like anything else than what a syringe looks like. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, feel free to use basic assets for your art. Certain things are obviously made by other people, but are a basic thing. Example, somebody makes a drawing of a crayon, bro. It is a crayon. A crayon is not gonna look anything else other than a crayon. Use the crayon if you want to. It is not that hard. It is not that complicated, and it's not that demanding or needy. It is just a crayon. Use it. Use it. Why would you not use it? It is out there for people to use. Like this sign right here. I love this. Ooh, towards the see? You know what I'm saying? Yep. I love this. Only thing is, I don't want it to expire to make too much on top of it, so people don't realize this is a new shit.
talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I
Come
know
on,
it
man.
takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception.
Perfect.
Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out
Play
cause I
with the
really don't
lights.
play.
It's
You
already
know I
perfect
end
the way
last
it
night
is.
with a toolie tweaking, huh? Make it
Let's
seem
later
like Drake.
after.
Only
You
say
tweak,
one
you
time
gonna
till you
tweak
get
with it
popped.
after.
You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to
Like,
war when I need to.
how?
I'm
What
out
else do you
40.
want to do
Fly
with a
to
song?
Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with the
Well,
shorty.
let me see if I put
Backshots,
some.
mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head on, huh? She giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my piece, yeah, I'm up to, up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to, want to.
It doesn't make any difference.
Drip.
You like this? I'm gonna put some blood stains on it. This to be, and this is the best part about it. These are just straight up.
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beast and upper. Why be with them, cause I'm one of them. He ain't on shit, a tucker. Soft, smelly sauce, the butter. Hitting out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby litter. I've been a man, etc. Give you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you're mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop, till she down the drive. If I drop, she told the nine. Consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember that.
That's the one thing I do not like. It's a bit too dark. I'm gonna just fix this. Okay. Just not that. Probably not that. Simple as that. As simple as that. Copy. So easy.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
feedback.
Right away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Ooh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axle. I'm gon' let up. Shots in the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm real chill, curb body. If I cheat, she'll top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stacking pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we've been together. Was it worth it if you ghosting me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Ooh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. See no why I end last night with a two-lead tweaker, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head, she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Hey, trip. That kind of go aces, a nigga made it to the case, yeah. Them seen but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 but what's a 10 to? I'm real chill, cry about it. Fat shit, chill top about it. Birkins, I lie about it. I'm about it. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stacking bitches on your profile, bitch. Don't call me crazy, like reminisce the bullshit. We've been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. See no why I end last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Drip. That kind of gold aces, a nigga made it to the case, yeah. shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 I'm road your crab body, fat shit your top body, Birkins I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. On the road, stacking pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy, like, reminisce the bullshit. We've been together, was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me, I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected, I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me, I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot, stiff like an axolot. Misconception, body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson, don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen a YN last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped, you think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care, what about them bitches, you think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill, we did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime, if you want to. Hey, shit. That kind of go aces, a nigga made it to the case. She ain't come
Something like
Shots in the body, wasn't on the scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit, 10 bar, what's a 10 I'm road your curb body, if I
the
cheat your
amount of
top
stuff I
body,
just
Birkins, I like body. I'm bad
came up
body,
with
cause
and
folks just
realized.
say less, still talk too much, just let it.
Sorry for anybody that had to. Let me see if instead of this, this is still going strong. This is still going strong. And let me see instead of this one,
I keep it calm and collected. I've been
still
the
going.
talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me.
Okay,
I know it
so
takes a lot.
where
She'll
am
do it
I
for the
now?
block. Stiff like an axolot.
I am at
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him
the.
just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play.
Okay, we'll just leave
You
this
know
one
why I end
first.
last night with a toolie tweaking, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear.
Yes,
So
sir.
I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no
The
one
target
knows I'm with Lil Shorty.
six or
Backshots,
seven.
mama, you know the
So
drill. We
like
did this before.
six or eight
Spit in your
pence.
mouth, grab up your neck and head She giving me more.
Okay.
Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly.
Wait.
About my piece, yeah, I'm up to, up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to, want to.
Hmm. Where I saw copy. Delete this. Paste. User need to be at the same place as all the other. Start marketing. Okay. This isn't evidence of something that's powerful. I'm thinking of every single one of them. Do that again. Oh, no, that's silly. I'll show you again.
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits, I hang
I have
out
this.
white be
I
with them,
could
cause
have.
I'm one of them, and shit, a tucker,
I don't know.
smelly sauce, the butter,
I know.
pain, I'm better,
I don't know.
like a baby litter,
I know.
I've been a man, etc.
And I
Gave
don't.
you the world, no extras, poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round,
It
let
would
a
be a
nigga
hard
know
to
you
see.
mine, ain't no time to take her time, whoop till she down the drive, if I drop she told the 9, consequences of romance, it's fine, remember that. Nothing seems special, most should be
best.
I hope you know how to serve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an excellent. Man, gon' let up. Shots in the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm road, your cry about it. If I cheat, she'll talk about it. Birkins, I lie about it. I'm about it. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stock and pieces on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we've been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know how to surf it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an excellent. Misconception.
So I
Body
have
a nigga, I
to
told him just wait.
keep
See the
this
lesson.
and this
Don't cut me out
separated.
cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time,
So
take
hold
you
y'all.
pop, you think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner,
Okay.
go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to
Go
Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill, we did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my piece, yeah, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime,
makes
if you
more
want
sense.
to.
Even put this one into a different type of. Yeah, like this better. Yup. Now we gonna add some fronts. Add some stems.
That kind of go aces, a nigga made it to the case, she ain't coming through. How they so don't like I'm the only one you belong to. Trying to be stick it up, memories and better. And it's been long that you've been gone, can't deny I missed the whole. Yeah, I just smoke a lot, count the Dutch, she's a so Jose can surely give a fuck. But I give it for a trust a bitch, you want some man or better. Bitch, tell me what the fuck's I'm into you. Niggas I've known, all of us know, it's been a mix, I'm not true. Remember that, nothing seemed fair, show emotion, you should be scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave, yeah, all the fuck a nigga leave, yeah. Won't come back for none, maybe if it's you. Bad for way too long, call, I'm spinning through. Nothing seemed fair, show emotion, you be scared.
Nice, and you add that glow. It's gonna become a different type of environment. See how it goes. Okay, get ready. On.
I've been a man, etc. Gave you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Who teach you down to drive? If I drive, she told the nine. Consequences of romance, it's
Give me
fine.
1 second, guys. I just have to.
Nothing seems fair, show most should be scared. Niggas should leave air, all the fuck nigga leave air. Won't come back for none, maybe if it's you. Bad for way too long, call I'm spinning. I've been on to shoot it up if your eyes cross and back for me. Shot my shot when I saw you up there. They'll find you come here. That dreams of ours were better, I'm telling none of this shit, you better remember that.
Then copy this. Copy. Then remember, they're both on top of this, and this one goes over here. Alright, so we get the base done for this first and foremost. So I'm gonna go there instead. Paste. This right here. This right here. This right here. Okay. Paste. This right here. This right here. This right here.
Jack's got
Doing it
nothing to
how
do
I
with
like it, man. This right here. This right here. This right here. this. This right here. This right here. This right here. I feel like you know, for 1 second, like my brain just went like, did I just? And I did indeed. Did indeed do what I thought I did. Okay, you guys are about to see how I'm going to make this a specialty. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. 1 second. Save this. Save card file. Special card. I want to see what it looks like. Has a special tone to it. I like that. Alright. Keep going. Now, we need to, one thing we need to check is where would he, I'm just going to put this, where was you? You was right under the mountain. Okay, right under the mountain. So we'll add this right here, and this is for what? Purple? Yep. Red? Oh yeah, red. I'm gonna put him. First thing here.
On the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit, 10 bar, what's a 10 I'm real chill, crap body, if I cheat, chill top body. Birkins, I like body, I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk so much, just let it.
Here we go.
Talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. You know I end last night with a two-leaf tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill, we did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime, if you want to.
This is Abis and Koitum we're talking about. What are we talking about here? Do you know what I finna do? We're talking about Abis and Koitum. Not no human beings. pretend like it's not a bis and coita, but there's no such a thing as them on the mountain, forever above the sun. Just to tell you how much like I know about my Lord, like I know better than to put this guy on top of the mountain. Like what? Why? Certain things just don't add up. At this point, I think I could work like this years ago.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Yeah, by the way, I have, because I do music. If you guys want to find out, for people who don't know, I make music under the name Caspy L Dizza. So Caspy space EL space DIZZA. I'm from Montreal, Canada. I don't really like. I've tried the whole trying to push the music thing, but then I really just ended up just doing it because I like to do it. Like I barely promote it. This is as big as a promotion as I'm doing it right now. Is just talking about it online as to about something that is unrelated to music. But all that to say, I'm really musically inclined, so I be really humming like stuff in my head that I compose, but not yet have put on a track. Like you talk about, it's not yet recorded on a track, but like it's in my head already. Like I have the melodies for it. I have certain skills to be able to do it, but it wouldn't be the full function of it. Luckily for me, I have some friends that could help me with it. I already talked to them about it, so I'm just waiting until we can get this going. But yeah, I have some team songs and maybe in my head sometimes.
Shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a tensor? I'm road your crab body, fat shit your top body, Birkins I like body, I'm body, gun smoke, just say less, still talk too much, just let it. Stock on pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy, like, reminisce the bullshit, we've been together, was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me.
Yeah, for sure I'm gonna do a little go through these little just something I just did right now, just to look at the alternate way behind it. Like I like to do sometimes little, like not all of them are always going to be the same, right? A lot of them are the same because of the aspect of it. Like there's not no need that they're the same cards either way. It's just that they affect different elements. Think about it. Think of it as like Pokemon's energy card, but playing that have different effect.
First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Back shots, mama, you know the drill, we did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime, if you want to. Hey, drip.
I'll change the name of him. His label has, well, he's just the orphan. Anyway, it's a bad label, but we get that sorted out. This guy a little bit more. Just a little bit.
She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beasts and upper. White be with them, cause I'm one of them. He ain't on shit, a tucker. Soft, smelly sauce, the butter. Hit the not the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby, let up.
Now, let's see. Oh, let's see about these series of cards. Astral Arbiter. Oh, boy, that boy, dog. That boy tall as hell. That boy tall as hell. You gonna need to calm down, son. You gotta calm down and get up out of here, boy.
Shots in the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 I'm road your car body, fat shit your top body, Birkins I like body, I'm body, gun smoke, just say less, still talk too much, just let it. Stacking pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy, like, reminisce the bullshit, we've been together, was it worth it if you see me forever? Ride away with me, I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the block. Stiff like an excellent. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't cut me out cause I really don't play. You know I end last night with a toolie tweaking, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake.
The mark is right here for you. See that little dark area right here? What is that little dot? That's why I can see you get 2 cards. Except for BMO. So he's alright. He's alright. And that's exactly it. He's the same height as him. He is small. So should I make him bigger? I'll make him bigger. I'll make him bigger. I'll make him bigger just for the fuck of it. Nigga, no. I'm gonna make this nigga big. Good cloud, respect you, cuz. Go, cuz. Now that leaves the question of the fact that he is inherently way bigger. Should this guy now lift this? I don't care about the fact that he is of course much bigger than just 2 guys. So this is perfect for us. This how I make semi-berries. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Yeah, this was an extra rush. And then from there it was just the rest. I guess we get back to that, and then I decided last time we get Dominion because I'm gonna show you guys I have Dominion special cards, obviously, and they are. This is a Dominion. If you get this one, it is really powerful.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Criminal. And of course, do not mistake this card. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, do not mistake this card. Well, that's gonna be a fun thing with this card. It is not. It is not. It is not. This with the crown and this one is two different things. It is two different things. I might a little thing to it just to make it different. But I'm sorry. This card, I have an idea. I have an idea. Circle. To not get mistaken with this card. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Thank you. Put the galaxy. I fuck with the galaxy, bro. I don't like this one. A bit bigger. Let's go like this. This is how you make it different. And this is where you keep the formats also. You can always keep and confused. This one. This. Two different things. Regular. Single.
Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen a YN last night with a two-leaf tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to a war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come backshots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my piece, yeah, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to.
Need to keep this whole thing. So much modification gets done with this. Let's see.
That kind of go on ace as a nigga made it to the case, she ain't coming through. I'm real so double like I'm the only one you belong to. Trying to be sticking up, memories and better. And it's been long that you've been gone, can I miss the whole. And yeah, I just smoke a lot. Count the Dutch, she the so Jose.
Look, I'm gonna show you something, guys, before I delete the last one. Because it was a blessing, I thought of using AI art. So what I did is I did my background whatnot, and I had this file. Do I still have it? I have this file right here. At first, I generated this, and I asked to remove the background, so it removed it. And then after that, I was like, yo, listen, because I like my own characters, and even though it's a blessing and whatnot, it's not a war so I still want my own character to be there, but I don't mind the AI background thing. So I'm deleting these because not only this card, but maybe some other cards I did some modification just to make sure they're all coherent. But I'll show you exactly what my new card looks like in a few seconds. Just delete this. I forgot to delete the dominion of many right here. So that card that had the AI army has been replaced by me doing this, using the roses. You understand? And that was just because I want to keep everything my own characters, which are 3D models. If I was to add a background to this, I would have gone straight for AI. I would have went straight for AI. But now we are here. Okay, okay. So like a siphon, the mirror.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Broadcasting. Spellcasting. It's a blessing. We're gonna give it to quick.
shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm real chill, crab body, fat shit, chill top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stock on pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we've been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me, I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen a YN last night with a toolie tweaking, make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves, it's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil' Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill, we did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly about my piece, yeah, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime, if you want to. Trigger. That girl on the gold aces, a nigga made it to the case. She ain't come
for these cards, I'm going to end this stream, guys. I'm sorry because I haven't been saying nothing for the past hours. I've been so into this and taking these breaks, so I'm going to keep doing this and probably be back tomorrow or another day. For now, I will give you at least this piece of art. Okay. So put you
Ride away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axle. I'm gon' let up. Shots in the body. Wasn't on them scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar. What's a 10 to? I'm road your crab body. If I cheat, your top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stacking pictures on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we've been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a two-lead tweaker, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head, she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly. About my piece, yeah, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back, nighttime, daytime, if you want to. Hey, shit.
It's gonna become right eventually, right? She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beast and upper. Why be with them, cause I'm one of them. He ain't on shit, a tucker. Soft, smelly, sauce, the butter. Kidding out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby letter. I've been a man, etc. Give you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop, till she down the drive. If I drop, she told the 9. Consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember that. Nothing seems special, most should be scared. Snake should leave air, or fuck nigga leave air. Won't come back for none, maybe if it's you. Bad for way too long, call I'm spinning. Gotta been known to shoot it off if your eyes cross me back for me. Show my shot when I saw you up there. It'll find you come, yeah. That dreams of ours were better, I'm telling none of this shit, you better remember that. Yep. 1 second, even 2 seconds.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Okay, we back.
Reason me I can't, got me love your bad. Still I play game, take a whole of that. Shit pan name, do a double back. New girl, news back, get another match. Wayne name, Mr. Waterman. She a whole crusade, everybody watch. Move fast, and give me pain, and you sing, girl. How you a look pan another man? You so tight like rubber band. Girl, man, got me at car program. Get chook and trust some load and two in the car, run away. Leave your dreams and call me. Took trip down south to a sunny place. Need you now, I don't wanna wait. How many, how many? 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 Since I met you, my tuggish ways I to put it. Like, put it on you. I know this is important. Cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's none of it at all. I am the man. Don't have none, I got it all. Cause of you, I'll make it through the day. Belong to you. But choose a different way. By your eyes, I see the bliss. I'll make it cool, misbehave. Only the stars can match your gaze. Give you this baby that you crave. How many, how many? 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 Reason me I got me love your bad. Still I play game, take a whole of that. Shit pan name, do a double back. New girl, news back, get another match. Ride away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axle. My man gon' let up. Shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm road, she'll cry about it. If I cheat, she'll doubt about it. Birkins, I lie about it. I'm about it. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. On the road, stalking bitches on your profile. Bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit. We've been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axle. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a two-lead tweaking, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get pop. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my PC, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Hey, shit.
Mm, let me see what it's
Right away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axle. I'm gon' let up. Shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm real chill, cry about it. If I cheat, she'll talk about it. Birkins, I lie about it. I'm about it, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stacking bitches on your profile, bitch,
Mm.
don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we've been together. Was it worth it if you ghosted me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. Seen why I end last night with a toolie tweaking, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fair? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Back shots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby. I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Hey, shit. That kind of go aces, a nigga made it to the case, she ain't coming through. I feel so done like I'm the only one you belong to. Trying to piece together memories and better. And it's been long that you've been gone, and I missed the whole. Yeah, I just smoke a lot. Count the Dutch, she's so whole safe. Can surely give a fuck, but all I give it for, I trust a bitch. You want some man or better? Bitch, tell me what the fuck's I meant to you. Niggas I've known, all of us known, it's been a mix, I'm not true. Remember that? Nothing seem fair, show emotion, you speak scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave. Yeah, how the fuck a nigga leave? Yeah, won't come back for none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning through. Nothing seem fair, show emotion, you be scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave. Yeah, how the fuck a nigga leave? Yeah,
Yes,
won't
sir.
come back for none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beasts and upper. Why be with them? Cause I'm one of them. He ain't on shit, a ducker. Soft, smelly sauce of butter. Hitting out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby litter. I've been a man, etc. Give you the world, no extras. Poured all the rain, I'm out of fuck round. Let a nigga know you're mine. Ain't no time to take her time. Whoop till she down the drive. If I drop, she told the nine. Consequences of romance, it's fine. Remember that.
It's getting hungry. That's my problem. So, some steps to run.
Nothing seems fair. Show emotion, you be scared. Snake should leave air. All the fuck nigga leave air. Won't come back for none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning. I don't even know to shoot it up. If you was crossing back for me, show my show when I saw you. I saw you up there.
That shit,
Never
not enough.
flash it.
Not enough. Same thing. Yes. So, Oh,
Cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's nothing
why
over
is it
here
all?
at all. I am the man. Don't have none, I got it all. Cause of you, I'll make it
Hmm,
through the day.
not
Belong
this
to
one.
you.
It
Put
was
you in
tangled
the
like,
spotlight.
it's like
Honestly,
miles the whole
I'll
time.
make it come. SBA. Only the stars can match your case. If you this baby that you crave. Many, how many? How 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 many, how many? Piece of me, I got me love your bad. Still I play again, take a whole of that.
Just a
She
little
find
bit
me and
more.
throw a double
Yeah,
back. New girl, new spike, and I know that
that
match.
should be covered. Mhm. And let's see how great it is. I'm gonna do the same thing just to see what it does. Maybe. Just to see.
Right away, you with me. I hope you know I deserve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an
What's
axe.
it?
I'm gon' let up. Shots in the body,
Let's see.
wasn't on every scene, but lift all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 to? I'm road your curb body, fat shit your top body. Birkins, I like body. I'm body, gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stacking bitches on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the
Oh, well.
bullshit.
From 34, 41. I said I was going to get to 50.
I hope you know
At
I
least
deserve it.
50
I keep it calm and collected. I've been the
for
talk,
the
I
end of the
deserve
day.
it. Move your body, dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an axolot. Misconception.
Anyways,
Body
I'm
a
gonna keep
nigga, I
going,
tell him just wait.
but I'm gonna
See
end the
the
stream
lesson.
because
Don't cut me out cause I really
it's a
don't
long
play.
ass stream.
Seen why I end last
And
night
so
with the
this is
toolie
an
tweaking.
hour
Make it
6
seem
into
like
the
Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. If I look around, these niggas don't care. What
Go for the
about them
center.
bitches? You think they fair?
So
First
go
time I
to
had
the
to admit,
center.
every man for themselves, it's like that,
Shot
this
goes to
shit
the
clear.
center.
So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till
That
I'm
was
about
go to the
40.
center.
Fly to Tulum just
Right
because,
there.
and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Come back shots, mama, you know the drill.
Boom.
We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head on her. She giving me more. Private air, yeah, I'm feeling kingly. About my piece, yeah, I'm up to. Come true, baby, I
This
break
one
up
is a
your back
simple
nighttime,
hourglass
daytime if
because
you
I
want
don't
to,
have an
want to.
hourglass here. Don't lie.
Drip.
Yeah. It's a plot.
That kind of go, since a nigga made it to the case, she ain't coming through. I'll be so dumb like I'm the only one you belong to. Trying to piece together memories and matter. And it's been long that you've been gone, can I miss the
I
whole
have the
yeah, just
hourglass.
smoking a lot. Count the Dutch, he's a so Jose, can surely give a fuck. But all I give it for, I
Oh,
trust
my
a
mic
bitch,
messed
you
up.
want some man or better. Bitch, tell me what the fuck's a meant to you. Niggas I've known, all of us known, it's been a mix, a matter true. Remember that, nothing seem fair, show emotion, you speak scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave here. All the
So we're
fuck a
going
nigga
to
leave
do
here.
3
Won't come
for
back
the
from
circle
none.
one.
Maybe if it's you,
3
bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning through.
just for
Nothing
the fun
seem
of it.
fair, show emotion, you be scared. Pussy nigga, you should leave here. All the fuck a nigga leave here. Won't come back for none. Maybe if it's you, bad for way too long. Call, I'm spinning She likes I don't give a fuck, cause I've been with shits, I mean the shits. I hang out with beasts and upper. Why be with them, cause I'm one of them. He handling shit a tucker. Soft, smelly sauce of butter. Hitting out the pain, I'm better. Back to the us like a baby litter. I've been a man, etc.
Honestly, there's nothing to add to this. It is perfect.
Jack's got nothing to do with this.
Reason me I can't got me love your bad. Still I play game, take a hold of that. Shit pan name, though double back. New girl, news back, get another match. We name Mr. Waterman. She a whole crusade, everybody watch. Move fast, and give me pain, and you sing. And how you look pan another man. You so tight like rubber band. Girl, man, got me head car program. Get choke and trust some load and. Two in the car, run away. Leave your dreams and call me. Take trip down south to a sunny place. Need you now, I don't wanna wait. How many, how many? 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 Since I met you, my tuggish ways I to put it. Like, put it on you. I know this is important. Cause I'm fruit like the candlelights. There's none of it at all. I am the man. Don't have none like got it all. Cause of you.
This one was a quick one, so I had to. Listen, I worked on history right there. Just listen. Easy song. This one do it easy one. Place an object. Do crafting, Minecrafting. You today are going to stay dark. One, two,
Right away with me. I hope you know how to serve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an excellent. I'm gon' let up. Shots on the body, wasn't on them scene, but left all done up. Yeah, shit 10 bar, what's a 10 I'm real, she'll cry about it. Fight shit, she'll talk about it. Birkins, I lie about it. I'm about it. Gun smoke, just say less. Still talk too much, just let it. Stalking bitches on your profile, bitch, don't call me crazy. Like, reminisce the bullshit that we been together. Was it worth it if you go see me forever? Ride away with me. I hope you know how to serve it. I keep it calm and collected. I've been the talk, I deserve it. Oh, your body dance with me. I know it takes a lot. She'll do it for the plot. Stiff like an excellent. Misconception. Body a nigga, I tell him just wait. See the lesson. Don't call me out cause I really don't play. See no why I end last night with a two-lead tweaker, Make it seem like Drake. Only say it one time till you get popped. You think they glad for you, this shit fake. Look around, these niggas don't care. What about them bitches? You think they fed? First time I had to admit, every man for themselves. It's like that, this shit clear. So I stay in my corner, go to war when I need to till I'm about 40. Fly to Tulum just because, and no one knows I'm with Lil Shorty. Backshots, mama, you know the drill. We did this before. Spit in your mouth, grab up your neck and head she giving me more. Private area, I'm feeling kingly about my PC. I'm up to. Come true, baby, I break off your back nighttime, daytime if you want to. Hey, shit.
you guys for watching. We'll be back.